If visual aids are used during, I will speak up. Good evening and welcome to our August 18th Douglas County Board of County Commissioners business meeting. We want to welcome those of you who are joining us here in the courthouse, as well as those of you joining us online. I'm going to pass along a bit of information regarding how we will run our hybrid meeting. If visual aids are used during the meeting, the presenter will share their screen. Participants who are joining us via phone will not be able to view them without a computer, smartphone, or tablet. All participants joining online will be entered into the meeting with their audio muted, meaning the commission and the public will not be able to hear you. Presenters will be unmuted when their agenda item comes up. We ask that all online presenters use good conference call etiquette and mute their lines when not speaking and introduce themselves each time they speak. If you have a public comment on an agenda item or under regular public comment, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom or come up to the front of the room when it is time for public comment. Staff will call on you and unmute you. We ask that all speakers give their name and address for the minutes or confirm that you're Douglas County residents. We also require that all public comments are kept to 3 minutes and end at 3 minutes. The county reserves the right to shut off the microphone and remove any speaker from the meeting if they are vulgar, rude, or inappropriate. A recording of this meeting will be available on our website after the meeting. We will begin this evening with a proclamation and celebration of the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County, their 2021 centennial. Do we have a presenter for this item?
I think we do. Let's see if we can get them moved into, there's a number of attend. Okay, yep, go ahead.
Just hit the button on the microphone once you get up there. Good evening. Perfect. I'll just use my teacher voice. Good evening. My name is Emily Reiner, and I'm the current president of the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County. Thank you very much to the County Commission for this proclamation and the celebration of our centennial. We invite everyone to join us next Thursday, August 26th at noon on the Watkins Museum Facebook page for a live stream celebration where member Jen Klein will review the history of our league. We are thrilled to partner again with the Watkins Museum, as it was the site of the original Lawrence City Hall, where our league was founded 100 years ago. The League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County is continuing to build valuable relationships with many other local organizations and are working to make voter suppression a thing of the past and to advocate for many other topics. You can join us and find more information at lawrenceleague.com or on Facebook at League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If we don't have questions from commissioners, I can go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the Douglas County League of Women Voters was founded on September 27th, 1921 at City Hall, then located at Vermont and 7th Street. And whereas this long-lived league studied and impacted several local, state, and national issues, especially in regard to women's and children's welfare. And whereas African-American women organized a League of Women Voters number 2 in 1924, led by President Lula Carr Irving and Secretary Gertrude Taylor Clark, with 26 members, but with no news reports of its subsequent activities. And whereas the white women-run Douglas County League disbanded in March 1930, in part because a small number of members could not sustain expenses as the Great Depression intensified. And whereas the reorganized Lawrence League mistakenly dated its permanent founding to May 1931, because no local records existed regarding the first league's activities during the 1920s. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County, Kansas hereby proclaims and celebrates September 27th, 2021 as the official centennial of the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County. Thank you so much. Thank you. You are welcome to join us online if you would be able to hear more clearly through speakers on a computer. We will move on. We will move on to our consent agenda. Would either of the commissioners like to pull anything from the consent agenda?
No.
Would anyone here? You are welcome to join us online if you would like assistance. Would anyone in the public like to pull anything from our consent agenda? Would anyone online like to pull anything from the consent agenda?
This is Commissioner Reed. I move to approve consent agenda items 2.2 through 2.5.
Second.
All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
We will move on to general public comment. I do want to remind everyone, if they have public comment on an upcoming agenda item, please wait for that agenda item. Do we have anyone here for general public comment?
Do we have anyone here for general public comment not related to an item on the agenda? Yes. For items not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment on an agenda item, please wait for that agenda item to be called. Do we have anyone online for general public comment?
Commissioners, it looks like we do. Kim Taylor will be moved into the panel. Kim, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I am coming to you as a resident. My name is Kim Taylor. I live at 4907 Stoneback Place in the southwest corner of town. And I'm coming to you today and to everyone present to speak about the changes that are taking place to the Stoneback Ridge and 27th and Wakarusa intersection as it is planned by the SLT committee. As you are aware, the 27th and Wakarusa intersection is slated for major construction as part of the expansion of the SLT. As a resident of the area directly impacted by this planned construction, I urge you to reconsider the currently identified preferred plan as put forth in that SLT draft. My neighbors and I have many concerns on the intersection changes as they are marked as preferred in this draft. I would like to outline just a few. We believe the traffic congestion will only be increased on Wakarusa when the highway is increased to 4 lanes. The decision to regulate traffic off and on to westbound K10 with a roundabout placed higher up on Wakarusa closer to the existing traffic signal will not ease traffic issues in our opinion. We foresee backups further onto Wakarusa and onto K10 as individuals attempt to navigate this roundabout during peak times of the day. We already experience this in our neighborhoods as we only have one entrance and exit point to the Stoneback Ridge development. Our neighborhood is, the planned roundabout is expected to be not only close to our neighborhood, but only about 50 yards from our one and only entrance and exit point. At a recent SLT meeting with representatives, they suggest that if we run into problems getting out of our development, we simply turn right, join the other traffic headed towards the roundabout, go around it, and then proceed back up the hill. There was not much understanding for our dilemma. As you can imagine, this is not desirable. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers green space will be completely eliminated as it is currently located in our environment. Besides a major loss of green space that we were told for many years would not be touched because it is federal land, this will remove a noise, privacy, and security screen for the entire Stoneback Ridge neighborhood, especially those whose homes back directly up to the proposed ramps. The on and off ramp will be lit by large sky-high halogen lights that will be on throughout the evening, which will allow for no darkness in our neighborhood, especially those houses backing directly up to this interchange. Our houses have all bedrooms facing south, which will be looking out on the ramps. It was brought to our attention during an SLT meeting with representatives that Wakarusa is considered an arterial road to Lawrence. We would all like to point out that no other arterial road leading into Lawrence has an interchange or an off and on ramp.
You're at 3 minutes. Please wrap up.
I'm sorry?
You're at 3 minutes. Please
Okay.
wrap up.
Okay, in the middle of or on top of a residential community. So we ask you and urge you, please meet with us, listen to more of our concerns. I plan on holding a community meeting September 23rd at Southwest Junior High, and I will gladly invite all of you to come and discuss this with us, as well as state legislators that we will be inviting and city commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have any additional public comment? Okay, we will move on to our regular agenda. We'll start with item 4.1, introduction of Bruce Chanley, Executive Director of the Kansas Association of Counties.
Commissioners, I had a conversation with the Kansas Association of Counties today, and they regrettably need to postpone this introduction until next week. So we'll have it on next week's agenda.
Thank you. We will move to item 4.2 from the Planning Department. Consider a conditional use permit, CUP-21-00178 for commercial dog kennel use. Do you have a presentation on this item?
We do. I have a few slides. I'm sorry, pardon me, commissioners. My name is Catherine Wake. I'm the planner on this item, and I do have a few slides. I'm on a new device, so I will attempt to screen share. And if that doesn't work, I believe Robin also has my slides in case that doesn't work. Let me know if you're able to view that.
We are, thank you.
Okay. Get to my play button here. Okay, commissioners, so I'm here to present a conditional use permit item. This is CUP-21-00178. The CUP is for a commercial dog kennel use, and it's going to be located at 1924 East 950 Road. So this is the general zoning map for the area. That property in question is located in this yellow square right in the center of your screen. The yellow zoning, the yellow shaded zoning is AG2, which is ag, transitional ag. The blue shaded zoning is AG1, which is the regular agricultural zoning district. The non-shaded areas are cluster residential, rural residential development zoning. So this particular property, as I said, is located here in the center in this yellow. The turquoise outline is indicating the large general 80 acres that is continuously owned by the same property owner. But this little corner in the northeast is the piece of property in question of that 80 acres, and it's approximately 15 acres. So the key points of this particular CUP project, just to give you an idea, the summary basically for what the project is proposing is for a commercial dog kennel, which the owner occupants would be operating. They propose to operate this commercial dog kennel for the purpose of breeding a specific breed of dogs. The subject property is, as I said, located in the AG2 Transitional Agricultural District. And that district requires a CUP for the commercial dog kennel use. So this particular property is located outside of the urban growth area. It is also not located in any sector plan, in comprehensive plan, and would be establishing a new use on the property. So the existing use would still remain, the residential structure that is there would still remain, but this would be adding the commercial dog kennel use. There's also an associated county zoning file variance that was granted to this particular property, which basically grants a reduction for the required 500 feet distance to property lines for this use. And the reduction was to reduce it by 98 feet to 402 feet. And that was approved on April 19 of this year, 2021. And it did have some conditions, but that's just to give you the context that there is an associated zoning county variance for this project or for this property. There were numerous communications for this particular proposal All of those communications were included in the packet. We haven't received any additional communications since the Planning Commission heard this item in July. So you should have all the communications. I don't need to bring any additional ones forward. So in reviewing criteria for conditional use permits, there are 8 criteria that we look at, and I can go into detail or answer questions if you have them, but just and reference the staff report. But just to refresh your memory on what those criteria are, we do check for the zoning and uses of all nearby properties. We compare to the character of the area and how the use may impact that character. We check for the suitability of property for the restricted uses as it stands today. We check for impacts on the natural environment. We review for the impacts that may or may not be on community facilities, utilities, transportation networks, and other infrastructure, et cetera. We also review as to whether or not it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan. We analyze whether there's a time limit that's appropriate for the CUP request. And then we look at the standards for the particular use that they're asking for and check for compliance with the current zoning regulations and if they can meet those criteria standards. This is the proposed plan for where this dog kennel will be located on the property. As you can see, in the center of the plan is where the residential structure is located. This particular proposal for the dog kennel will be tucked back here in this adjacent to the tree line to the east. The dog kennel will run north-south on the property, and the outdoor areas will be to the east of that, kind of buffered by the trees. That's the general location for the project. So just to let you know that staff is recommending approval after analyzing the review criteria and the zoning standards for the use. And the Planning Commission also heard this item at their July 28th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting and voted 8-0 to recommend a request for approval before you all. And they did revise and add an additional condition to the list of 15 conditions that were in the staff report. And I believe I included a memo with that revised condition. This is maybe hard to read, but I've listed all the 15 conditions, including the 16th condition at the end, where the land combination requirements for the continuously owned property to combine in a way that would net out 20 acres for this particular piece of property was added to have that completed by the first annual review if this CUP were approved. And that is the gist of it. I can stop sharing. And I would be happy to answer any questions on any particular review criteria or zoning compliance standards or any other questions that you may have.
This is Commissioner Portillo. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Do we have any questions from commissioners? Is the applicant present? Would they like to say anything?
I believe the applicant was going to attend via Zoom unless they are actually in the room.
The name that I had, Catherine, was Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron Damsdak. Aaron, if you are calling in or you're under another name, please use the raise your hand function. I can move you in. I'm not seeing that name.
Are you in the courthouse
I
with
see.
us?
Got it. Give me just a second.
Okay. When we're ready for public comment, yes. Ma'am, we're not quite ready for public comment yet.
Aaron, go ahead. You're able to speak now. If you want to unmute yourself.
Okay, I think I got it.
We can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay, we just wanted to go over a few things as far as with the kennel. When we first started breeding, we had our dogs in a larger building south of our house, and we quickly realized that the noise was a problem. So since then, we've purchased a new building and have been working with the county for the last 2 years on getting the building built, finished, the plumbing, the electrical, the sewage, and drainage system. And then we went through spray foaming and a lot of stuff inside the building as far as sound deadening as much as we can. As far as the dogs, we breed miniature and toy Australian Shepherds, and we've got golden retrievers also. That's the only ones we will be breeding. We are state licensed with the state of Kansas. We have inspections. They're surprise inspections every 3 to 6 months. They come out, make sure we have a vet care inspection form on hand. They go through our kennels. They go through all the emergency evacuation, all the contacts, records of all puppies, buyers. I mean, it's a pretty thorough inspection on our part. As far as at the county level, there's a few things the counties, what they want. Anybody wants to see the facility, I can share my screen. If anybody wants to see the inside of the building and stuff like that. So
I don't think that's necessary. Thank you.
besides that, if there's any questions anybody has, anything.
Do we have any questions from commissioners? Okay, we will open this item up for public comment. If you have public comment on this item, please come up to the microphone at the front. When you come up to the microphone, please press the button until you see a green light and state your name and address. Public comment needs to stay under 3 minutes.
Okay, my name's Judy Carmen. My address is 312 North 1925 Road in Lecompton. I just want to make a comment that puppy mills are generally extremely cruel to dogs. The female dogs are bred over and over again. The inspections that are done are generally not done well in this state. And so I highly recommend that you not approve this kennel. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comment from folks here in the courthouse? Do we have any public comment from people online? Okay, we will bring this back to commissioners for discussion. Open it up for discussion.
I'll just share, I really appreciated the Planning Commission's time on this, watching their meeting. And Aaron, I know you didn't have a chance to share your pictures, but your pictures in the Planning Commission meeting were very helpful. And I just really appreciate the Planning Commission's detailed work on this item, and I'm supportive.
I would tend to agree. I think that was a thorough discussion, and I appreciate the summary from staff this evening. I don't have any other comments. Let me get to that space.
I will note, you don't need to read all of the conditions. You can say the conditions as listed.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I move to approve the conditional use permit CUP 21-00178 for commercial dog kennel use located at 1924 East 950 Road, based on the findings in the staff report and subject to the following conditions listed below.
Second.
All of those in favor, please say aye.
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 We will move on to item 4.3, also from the Planning Department. Consider a conditional use permit CUP-21-00184 for boat RV storage. Sarah, do we have a presentation on this item?
Commissioners Kyle Kobe with Lawrence Douglas County Planning is here to give us a brief presentation.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Kyle Kobe with Planning. Give me just a second while I get everything situated. I'll be sharing my screen. Is that showing up for everybody?
It is.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a conditional use permit, CUP 21-00184 for boat RV storage at 68 North 1800 Road. Property is zoned Ag 2 Transitional Agricultural District, which permits the proposed use with the CUP. The surrounding area is mainly composed of Ag 1 and Ag 2 zoning districts. The use was originally approved in 2002. Over the years, several subsequent approvals for expansion have taken place. The most recent expansion was approved in 2019, which allowed an additional storage building on this property. The applicant's proposing the addition of 2 new structures for boat RV storage, as well as an uncovered gravel area. If approved, the storage capacity on this property would increase from 82 rentable spaces to 162 total spaces. The proposed expansion would add approximately 2 acres of building and/or gravel area to the property. So the majority of the property, including the already developed areas, contain prime farmland in the form of type 2, type 3 soils. The Douglas County zoning code states that up to 40% of a property may be required to be protected in cases like this. So while environmentally sensitive lands are present at this location, in this case, staff's not recommending the remaining area be set aside for protection. Excuse me, due to the existing conditions of the property, the surrounding context, and the relatively small amount of land which would be preserved at this point. The Planning Commission voted unanimously at their meeting on July 26th to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Staff's recommending approval of the conditional use permit in front of you for boat RV storage use, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And this last slide, I have those conditions listed out, and I just wanted to provide a little bit of an update on conditions 3 and 4. I've spoken with the applicant, and from what I've been told, I am anticipating seeing some information about both of those items soon. I know that they've been in contact with the folks who are going to be providing the lighting, and I also understand that they've been discussing with the Lecompton Township folks for a while now, and I think they're zeroing in on an agreement that would satisfy that condition as well. With that, that ends my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I believe the applicant was planning on joining us here tonight. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if they're here or not for sure though.
Yeah, I'm gonna move them over into the, I have one over already, Ben, and I'll move over a couple others in just a second.
Hello, this is Ben Shepley with SML Storage. Just want to thank you guys for listening in on us, and I believe Brad Nautical is also on the call. If you guys have any questions for us, we'd be more than happy to answer any. I think Kyle did a pretty good job of explaining the whole process.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Portillo. We will open it up to questions from commissioners. Do we have questions from commissioners?
No questions.
Kyle, this is Commissioner Kelly. Can you talk a little bit more? I was really surprised to see type 1 and 2 soils here. And, you know, we've had other projects which we've not done because of the loss of natural habitat. Can you talk a little bit about the commission's, the planning department, and maybe a little bit on the commission's discussion around that?
Kyle Kobe with planning. Sorry, some of the lights just went off in here. I might need to move around here in a minute just in case if a few more of those go off. So yeah, regarding those prime soils, prime farmland, typically I think what we would anticipate recommending if a greenfield development or if there was not already development on this site, we would have had a lot more of that inventory still remaining. As it stands now, since this is an established use and has been there for some time, the amount of space that is remaining, and especially given the configuration of the lot and the proximity to, you know, I-70 is on the boundary there on the south, that all played into our recommendation. We didn't really get into in-depth discussion at the Planning Commission meeting. It was discussed a little bit, but that concern did not appear to be overly substantial at that meeting. We did not refine anything after that. If there are concerns about preservation of those prime soils. We could all certainly revisit that if there's an additional condition or another stipulation that you'd like to see. We can certainly entertain that and look into that, but that was our rationale from the planning side is since it's an established use and in some ways it was also the rationale was allowing a use that's already there and present to expand might save another property somewhere else that would also be subject to that same, have prime soils or prime farmland, those kinds of things. So kind of keeping it in one place since we've already got this use established here. I hope I answered your question. Would you like me to?
No, I think that's fine. I listened to the meeting. I was just, I'd be interested to hear from the applicant about your plans going forward after this expansion. Do you plan to expand any further after this?
This has been Shepley S&L Storage. No, we do not. Originally, one more building was all we were going to do originally back in 2019, 2020. And with the amount of calls we've been getting since April this year, we've decided to expand. But after this, we are completely done. This is it.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, we will open this item up to public comment. Do we have anyone here in the courthouse for public comment on this item? Do we have anyone online for public comment on this item? Okay, we will bring this back to commissioners for discussion. We'll open it up for discussion.
So I think having done the sod shop and seeing this one sort of gives me pause. But in listening to the Planning Commission's discussion and experiencing a number of boat storage places come up in front of the Planning Commission and that were denied, I think this is probably, I'll tell you, I'm conflicted about this one, but I understand listening to the Planning Commission, the desire to have some boat storage and the demand that's there, weighing that against the loss of more prime soils. That's a hard conflict for me, and I'd be interested in hearing other commissioners' comments on that topic.
This is Commissioner Portillo. I recognize the conflict, and I do appreciate that we've been having this conversation about farmland preservation for a long time. Though I think that kind of ongoing use of the land in this way is pretty compelling for me. So the expansion makes sense. I think if we were looking at newly establishing this, it would be a different conversation. But given that this is an expansion of current use, that's more compelling for me.
This Commissioner Reed, ultimately, that's sort of where I landed after listening to the discussion and going through it also, that if it were a brand new application and not yet utilized in that fashion, I would have a lot more pause. And I appreciate, Commissioner Kelly, that you've had some scenes, kind of a trend of a lot of these come through over time before Commissioner Portillo and I, but I do think that the existing use and expansion of that use is compelling enough to me. If you have no further questions, all right, Commissioner Reed here. I move to approve conditional use permit CUP-21-00184 for a boat RV storage use located at 568 North 1800 Road, based on the findings of fact found in the body of the staff report and subject to the following conditions held within the staff report.
So before we second, I'm just going to make a comment here. I'm going to vote against this one. And the reason is because I think we need to be cautious of losing prime farmland. I think we have support from 2 commissioners, and I'll be the one that votes against it, just to continually call attention to the fact that we're trying to preserve some of this land outside of our county, and we need to be conscious of water runoff. And I just think that's something that we continue to need to say and send that message to those who are looking to develop in the unincorporated area. So
I'll bring this to a vote. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed,
nay.
thank you. We will move on to item 4.4, a discussion on potential health orders. Sarah, I know that we have a presentation on this one if we want to move folks into the meeting.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. We'll go ahead and move our public health officers, Dr. Thomas Marcelino, Dr. Jennifer Scrimshire. Looks like she's trying to get in. Give us a minute, Dr. Scrimshire, and we'll make sure we get you in. Dan Partridge, who's the director of the Lawrence Douglas County Health Department. And I think if Sonia Jordan, and then Brad Finkeldye, who is legal counsel for the health department. You see, there's Dr. Marcelino. May not have Sonia. Commissioners, I can kick this off while we are waiting for others to come into the meeting. Last week, we had a public health update at our county commission meeting and shared some statistics regarding the continual presence of COVID-19 in our community and recommendations from the CDC and the state of our current health system. The public health officers met with the head of the health department as well as myself and legal counsel. In your packet is a resolution and a public health order prepared based off that direction. I know we have some additional new information to share tonight, perhaps about how things have progressed over the last week. We might want to see if there are any questions specifically on, I'm open to the commission's direction as to how to proceed with the discussion. If you'd like to talk about the mandate in front of you first, or if you'd like to just get a general update from the health officers.
This is Commissioner Portillo. If there's no objection from my colleagues, I'd prefer to start with a general update about our numbers and then discuss the specific mandate in front of us.
Thank you.
I'm seeing nods.
Okay, great. So Dan, I don't know if Dr. Scrimshire is gonna take the lead on walking us through sort of the state of affairs as to where we are right now, or how you would plan to proceed.
I can certainly start it off. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Dan.
Okay, thank you. So our average 14-day rolling average is appears to be plateauing at around 33. It's been hovering at that level for about a week now. Our total case count is 10,411. Throughout the time of COVID, we've had 452 hospitalizations and 85 deaths. And so we were in yellow last week, and we continue to be about where we were at that point in time last week. So just for brevity, I think I'll stop there unless there's a certain direction you want to take it.
Thank you, Dan. Dr. Scrimshire, did you have anything to add before we move to the mandate?
Just that, we continue to see quite a few inpatients, not at our peak, but definitely too many. Struggling with a lot of burnout, honestly. Everybody's tired. I think that this morning, we had about the same numbers, kind of shifting. We had more admissions, but some shifts to recovering from active. So not much difference there. But as I was talking to some of the hospitalists this afternoon, they were admitting multiples. They're getting more admissions than discharges for sure. So I expect our number to be a bit higher tomorrow. And then the Kansas numbers, there was over 3,000 cases since Monday. This was a meeting this afternoon. The rolling 7-day average is now 1,200, I believe. And we have another death to add to our numbers.
Would we like to discuss the mandate in front of us?
Yes, and Brad Finkeldye, legal counsel, is here to answer any questions on how the mandate was put together. But it's in your packet, and I don't know if you'd like a brief overview or if you just want to ask any questions you have.
I believe a brief overview would be beneficial to folks in our audience. So
Okay.
if there's someone who'd be willing to give a brief overview, I don't know, Brad, if you are in a position to do that.
Yes, Brad Finkeldye. Based upon the direction given last week, we've developed a fairly straightforward mask mandate based upon individuals who cannot be vaccinated. So it's, starting at 2 years and 1 day going through the day before your 12th birthday, so 2 through 11. And it is a mask mandate for the entire county for any location. So it's just a across the board mask mandate, not specifically to schools, but just a mask mandate for 2 to 11-year-olds. There are exceptions, as there have been since the beginning, for health and religious exemptions, which came down in the governor's first order and have been carried through all of our orders throughout that time. And that's really the overview. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We will open this up to questions from commissioners.
Brad, thank you for that. This is Commissioner Kelly. Could you just go over sort of the legal authorizations? I see it in the resolution under item 1 and under item 10. I've had a lot of questions about whether the public health officer or the county commission has the authority to enact public health orders. Could you just go over that? I know there's been some confusion around that.
Sure. There's a couple different statutes that allow for, interestingly, either the health officer or the county commission to issue the health orders. 65201 gives a broad authorization to the health officer or the county commission to issue orders basically to protect the citizens. Widely used over the years, of course, for, long before COVID. It's been in place since like 1942 or something. And then there's some more specific statutes, 65106, 65201, that also talk about authorities to issue orders and limit. When SB 40 came out, they changed. SB 40 amended that, and that's when they added the requirement that the county commission, not the health officer, has the ability to issue health orders, including mask mandates. But basically SB 40 says, if there is a health order recommended by the health officer that affects masks, the movement of people, or the operation of businesses, it must be approved by the county commission. Now, SB 40 has been stayed, as we know, but the inference of that is a clear mandate that the legislature understands that that the health officer or the county commission has that inherent power. And so technically speaking, SB 40 has been stayed by the courts. It's not in effect. And that allows the health officer or the county commission to issue this order. Either one could do it on their own. The way we drafted it was it's joint between the health officer and the county commission. If SB 40 came back into effect, this order would have to be approved by the county commission. So again, it's our legal opinion that it'd be better if the county commission, if they so desire, would agree to this order. Again, technically speaking, the health officer could do it without you. You could do it without the health officer. So I believe, the case, the legislature, even before this, but specifically through SB 40, has given clear indication that a county can issue a health order, including mask mandates.
If we don't have additional questions, I believe we are ready to open this for public comment.
I have an additional
you have an
question. I
additional
just wanted to
question?
make
Okay.
sure other commissioners
Go
had a
ahead.
moment. Dr. Marcelino, can you speak specifically to this health order? And I know it's in the health order, but I just want to make sure the public hears why in your position as our public health officer, you think this health order is appropriate considering our current public health situation.
Yes, this is Dr. Marcelino, health officer. So what we've tried to do throughout the pandemic is to follow science. We believe through the science that masking is effective to prevent the transmission, to reduce the transmission. And following the CDC guidance is what we've tried to do. And it's recommended for school children to wear masks. And that is to protect them from infection and also to keep them in school. So when I was thinking about this health order, my primary objective is to prevent the transmission, but also to keep the schools open, to keep the schools operating. And the reality is, if you're under the age of 12, you can't be vaccinated. You can't make that choice to protect yourself with the vaccine from severe complications of COVID and also long-term effects that COVID can have. So kids not being able to be vaccinated in this age group, I feel it's our duty to follow the CDC guidance and protect them with these masks. Are masks perfect? No, but they're one of the tools we have to help protect our community from the transmission of COVID. One thing we try to do is we try to be proactive and not reactive. And we don't know if this is a peak that is leveling off or if it's still rising. We know that our hospital is under stress. We know that we're seeing a large number of cases. We know regionally that many hospitals are full. We know that kids are back in school now, and we're already seeing reports of cases within the schools. So all of this put together leads me to recommend that this age group wear masks to keep kids in school and to keep schools functional, and to allow the transmission to slow down, and hopefully keep the disease burden and kids from getting sick and complications that can come from that. So is it we understand and we recognize that masks have other ramifications, but we have to weigh the risks and benefits and analyze the situation. And that's why in this order, I recommended it have an expiration date of 30 days to reevaluate. We don't want an endless mask order. We want to constantly be evaluating the situation. And we're hopeful that as the Delta variant, goes through, that it's not going to last that long, and we can hopefully move forward and reevaluate that order in 30 days. So that's kind of my position on it. And it's all about following the CDC guidance and protecting our kids and keeping schools open.
This is Commissioner Portillo. Thank you, Dr. Marcelino. I will just remind those of you in the audience that we need to ensure that folks can hear what our public health officer is saying. The 3-minute limit is for public comment. We are engaging with our public health officer to make sure we have all of the information that we need to make this decision. Dr. Marcelino, you did bring up a discussion about how this will be reevaluated in 30 days. Can you help us understand why you decided on 30 days and what kind of information we'll take into account at that time?
This is Dr. Marcelino. We don't know what the future holds with this current rise in cases and current transmission level. So really, we always say, well, we'll know more in 2 weeks. We'll know more in 2 weeks. But the reality is the next 2 weeks will kind of tell us what's going to happen over the next 4 weeks. So we have to give it some time to really get an idea of what the trend is doing. And to do a mask mandate for a shorter period, if for some reason cases completely dive down and we see a drastic reduction and things are looking really good, of course we can revisit it prior to that 4-week period. But the 4-week period is kind of an arbitrary number that we're assigning just to make sure that we don't have this extended order that is not being looked at. But the reality is we can look at this anytime and we can reapproach it at any time. And we're constantly evaluating the fact that we may need one at a broader level. We may need one at a community level. So we haven't ruled that out yet, that we might be coming back with recommendations for a mask mandate for the entire county. But right now we wanted to take this step and this approach to protect those children and keep these schools open.
Thank you, Dr. Marcelino. Do we have any additional questions from commissioners? Okay, since we don't have additional questions for commissioners, we will open this item for public comment. I will remind folks, if you are here in the courthouse, please come to the front of the room, state your name and address. All public comment needs to be kept under 3 minutes. Once we move through public comment here in the courthouse, we will go to our participants online. If you'd like to make a public comment online, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom, and we will bring you into the meeting when it is your turn for public comment.
My name is Scott Huffman. I'm at 4512. Please start the clock over again. My name is Scott Huffman. I live at 4512 Goldfield Street. I'd appreciate your attention as I speak to you. I'm reading a book right now called How Do You Kill 11 Million People? The author wonders, how did 6 million Jewish people and 5 million other citizens go docilely to their deaths on the boxcars? They loaded up even though they outnumbered the people with the power and the guns. Do you know how they did it? You know how Hitler did it? They lied to them. They told them it was for their own good and their own protection. So here's what's happened in the last year and a half. We were told 20 million Americans would die in the streets. We were told 15 days to flatten the curve. Anthony Fauci said, we don't need to be wearing masks. Then he said, we need to wear 2 masks. Later, he said, once we get the vaccine, you don't have to wear masks. Look at you, are all probably vaccinated, you're wearing masks. And now we're being told that the unvaccinated are deadly spreaders, when in fact, the only people that I know that have gotten the vaccine are getting COVID. I don't have time to tell you how many countries are having outbreaks of COVID, over 15,000 a year. 15,000 per day in Great Britain in vaccinated patients. And now Dr. Marcelino says we can reevaluate in 30 days. I'll tell you what. Hitler said, how fortunate for leaders that men do not think. He wrote an autobiography. You've probably heard of Mein Kampf. He said, if you tell a lie, make it simple, keep saying it, make it big, eventually people will believe it. 90% of the people in Germany were not part of this Nazi movement, but they stood by silently and let it happen. They were lied to, and 11 million people died. So here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what I'm saying to you. I would like to challenge you to get your Dr. Marcelino, Dr. Shrimsher, we know you're listening. Prove to us the basis of this pandemic. Show us lab confirmation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus or the Delta variant, either one. Don't show us, okay? You can't do it. You can't do it. That's the basis of this. Don't show us a PCR test. Kerry Mullins, the developer of the PCR test, the FDA have said you can't differentiate between a bacteria and a virus with a PCR test. Show us that, and then maybe we'll believe something you're saying. In the meantime, we have been lied to, and we are sick of it. I'm not going to allow a Nazi takeover or socialism or Marxism or whatever it is that's boiling. We're fed up and we're sick of it. It's time to stop lying.
Yeah, I think someone was saying that you can't see my beautiful face while I'm talking. So can I just move this thing? Okay. Press a button. Green means on. That makes more sense. Hi, my name's Anthony Arroyo. I live at 1737 Mississippi Street here in Lawrence. Thank you for hearing me. I think this is a very difficult thing, and I applaud you guys for making a difficult decision. I'd like to encourage you to vote no on this mandate. I think the most basic thing we got to do is do a cost benefit analysis like Dr. Marcelino said. I think if you look at it honestly, really, there's really no way you can say that there's more benefit than there is cause for this kind of thing. I think a lot of times people talk about masks, they act as if there's no, or any restriction, act as if there's no cost. And I think if a parent of children know that this has been very difficult, it just disrupts your life, disrupts your child's life, and to pretend like that's no cost, I think is disingenuous. And I think also the burden of this will fall on parents, and especially parents that have less means, single parents who have to now deal with a 5-year-old that doesn't want to comply with a mask mandate that I'm sure is for our best interests. And when you look at the costs, which are clear and will affect every single parent, not some tiny portion of parents, right? Every parent in Douglas County. And then you look at the benefits and, the numbers are sideways. You get a 6% reduction of cases. This is all fuzz. You don't know how much benefit you're going to get. You do know how much cost you're going to get, and it's going to affect 100% of parents. And I think that's really needs to be taken into account. So I really encourage you to decline to whatever you call it. Do not pass this thing. And I would say if you do attempt to pass something like this, it certainly cannot go down to 2 years old. That's just unenforceable, and kids will never do it. So I just encourage you to vote no on this, and thank you for your time, and I'll see you later.
Hi, my name is Joanne Farb. I live at 1958 East 850th Road. First off, in Lecompton. First, I want you all to know I never voted for Trump, but unlike others who voted against him, I never let my disgust for Trump make me ignore evidence simply because Trump embraced it. Hitler wore shoes, but I don't demonize shoes because of that. And it's been disturbing to me to see people discount evidence simply because Trump or his supporters shared it. Not everything Trump supported was wrong. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Had government and the media reported on the full published science, massive suffering and death could have been prevented. But the reason I am here today is because I have been passionate about fostering well-being in children my entire life. I trained as a Montessori teacher when I was 18 and taught in Montessori schools while getting my degree in microbiology. I have also tutored special needs children, trained as a court-appointed special advocate, and taught outdoor education in the Shawnee Mission School's summer enrichment program. But my most meaningful work with children was raising my own children to adulthood. And throughout this past year, I have been so grateful that I am not raising children right now. My heart really goes out to the parents of young children trying to navigate the oppressions that elected officials have inflicted under misguided notions they are promoting public health. Every time I see a child wearing a face mask, I think to myself, I am witnessing society-sanctioned child abuse. I also worked as a microbiologist for a global pharmaceutical company, and I'd like to share 2 things I learned from that experience that are extremely relevant to what is going on right now. 1, pharmaceutical science is not holistic. It is intentionally reductionist and biased by design. Its purpose is not to discern what best facilitates health and longevity, but to support product sales. And now pharmaceutical science has become the only evidence that public health and government will consider. 2, really good people can and do get caught up facilitating egregious injustice and terrible harms against others, for which they do this for some supposed greater good. And I saw this for myself when I worked in the pharmaceutical industry. And that was why I left a very lucrative position where I was quite successful, because I could no longer be a cog in a machine that was doing what pharma was doing. That was also what opened my eyes to the fact that every major human caused mass tragedy happened not so much because of sociopaths, but because of good people like us who got caught up supporting what leaders encouraged, even though doing so sacrificed fundamental human rights and was terribly unjust. We all look back at things like the Trail of Tears, internment of Japanese Americans, the Tuskegee experiments, or the injecting of Henrietta Lacks cancer cells into people
3
without their
minutes is
informed
up.
consent and wonder how so many could have failed to object. Which side of history do you want to be on? Do not mask our children.
Push it now. Oh, okay. My name is Nathan Schwarman. I live at 2705 Inverness Court. My name is Nathan Schwarman. I live at 2705 Inverness Court. I just come here today to please ask you not to pass this. Don't put the health of our community onto the shoulders of our children. It's not right. Let us take responsibility for our own health as adults, like we've done our entire adult lives before COVID. If the sight of a child's face frightens you, then I would recommend you take responsibility for yourself. Get yourself an N95 mask, a face shield, a bodysuit, gloves. Teach yourself how to robe and disrobe so you don't infect yourself, and keep yourself 100% safe. This being about vaccinations is ridiculous because, as we've seen from LMH just this week, we've had 8 fully vaxxed people come into the hospital with COVID. My grandmother in Kentucky, fully vaxxed, just got admitted to the hospital today, as a matter of fact. So it's not making a difference. This is just completely pointless. And I will absolutely not comply with this mandate. I will not be putting a mask on my children. I will not be masking myself. Don't put businesses, don't make it their job to enforce your crazy nonsense. I'm done with it. So I will not comply, period.
Hello, my name is Pat Bates. I live at 5201 Carson Drive. I am a grandmother and a mother, and I want you to vote against this mandate. It's a myth that masks prevent viruses from spreading, so I thought I'd give you a little education here. The overall evidence is clear. Standard cloth and surgical masks offer next to no protection against virus-sized particles or small aerosols. The size of the virus particle is much too small to be stopped by a surgical mask, a cloth, or a bandana. A single virion of SARS-CoV-2 is about 0.1 microns. The pore size in a surgical mask is 200 to 1,000 times that size. It will not stop the virus. With all the wildfires happening, the CDC website stated, quote, "Surgical masks do not catch harmful particles in smoke." Now, the size of smoke particles is 0.5 microns. Remember, I just said that the SARS-CoV-2 is 0.1 microns. So it's 5 times larger than the SARS-CoV-2 microns, and it won't stop the smoke from coming through the mask. Wearing a mask to prevent COVID or similar size influenza is like throwing sand in a chain link fence. It's absurd and it doesn't work. Think about it. Do we have children put masks on in the winter during flu season? No. More children have died of flu than of COVID. There are hundreds of mass studies related to influenza transmission done over the decades. It is a well-established fact that masks do not stop viruses. A quote from the NIH states, "Part of that evidence shows that cloth face masks actually increase influenza-like illness." Okay, bacteria. According to the Webster's Dictionary, bacteria particles are 50 times larger than virus particles. So it's clear to see that virus particles can enter through the mask pores, yet bacteria remains trapped inside the mask, resulting in the mask wearer exposed to the bacteria. think about our kids who don't brush their teeth in the morning, do a lousy job of it, eat, run out the door, and they're masked for 6 to 8 hours, and that bacteria is infesting in their mouths. Do parents make them brush their teeth when they get home? You know, they're off doing other things. I doubt it. My niece had a serious discussion with her 12-year-old daughter about getting the vaccine. After discussing the pros and cons, she decided she really did not want to get vaccinated, but was going to do it anyway because she was told she didn't have to wear a mask.
Your 3 minutes is up.
The mask was more frightening to her than the vaccine, and then she was told she had to wear the mask. Please vote no.
My name
Yes,
is
everyone
my name
online can
is
hear you.
Dr. Justin Spees, 3904 Chemo Circle here in Lawrence. I'm glad you turned your camera on there, Marcelino. I was going to ask you to do that because I got something to say to you guys. My doctorate is in lifespan human development. Got it from Kansas State University. I'm a professor around here. I teach numerous lifespan human development classes. We'll get into that in a second. But as researchers, it's funny you mentioned, Marcelino, you follow the science. As researchers, I'm sure you're aware that if I was on a university and wanted to run a study where we're putting masks on kids all day long for any period of time, let alone 30 days, a year and a half, no IRB in America prior to this nonsense, IRB Internal Review Board, would approve that. Why? Because it's stupid. It's dangerous. It's unnecessarily dangerous. And even if they did approve it, there would be so many precautions in place. At a minimum, I would have to provide a nonstop supply of clean masks to these kids all day long. I would have to have breaks in place for these kids all day long, and that's not happening. Now, even if they did approve that study and I went out to try and get participants for this, there isn't a parent in the world that would sign up for it because it is stupid. It is dangerous. Follow the science. You're starting at the wrong place. What do you know about attachment? What do you know about attachment? What do you know about attachment? Everyone here, look it up. You'll know why this is child abuse. Look up attachment. We have to have attachment, and masks are destroying it. We're going to see a generation of psychopaths. We're going to see right away, we're going to see behavioral issues. And the parents, what are they going to do? They're going to go to people like you and get medicine and get them on meds. And here we go around and around and around and around and around and around. And you like that. And you like that. You like that. You all are guilty if you approve this of abusing children. Every single one of you, it will be on your conscience the rest of your life. Time will tell. You are on the wrong side, and you will look back on it and say, God, I'm a freaking idiot. My daughter plays volleyball with Marcelino's daughter, and one time my daughter had an earache, and we were just kind of talking there. Had an earache. The first thing he said was tinnitus. She didn't have ear ringing. She had an earache. You didn't even know what tinnitus is. And we have to listen to you. 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 That's my daughter. My daughter, not your daughter, not your daughter, not your daughter, none of your daughters. And I don't give one shit if you provide a mountain of evidence that supports your position. I don't give a shit what you say or how.
I have a question for you. What if conflicts of interest, bias science, and industry lobbying
Sir, we
have
need your name
caused?
for the minutes.
What's that?
We need you to state your name for the minutes.
Okay. My name is Joe Farb. I live at 1958 East 850 Road in Lecompton. Let me start again here. I have a question for you. What if conflicts of interest, bias science, and industry lobbying have caused the CDC, FDA, and NIH to prioritize industry profits over public health? Okay. What if most of what our government has been encouraging is actually misguided. Now, I want you to think of a country, probably in the world now, that's locking down and vaccinating and masking up more than anybody, and you'd probably say Israel. And when you think of a country that has most strongly refused to force these things on their society, probably you think of Sweden. Well, guess what? Sweden never locked down, they never masked up, they never shut down their economy, and they never masked up their children. Do you realize that in the last 3 weeks, they have had 0 deaths in their country? Now look at Israel, the most masked country, vaccinated, locked down in the world. Do you realize they've had over 100 deaths in the last week? And you can look at that. It's on theworldometer.com. The graphs I gave you were taken within the last couple days. Sweden did not throw their children under the bus in order to prevent deaths, and we don't need to do that either. Now, can you point to one single scientific study showing that masking children is preventing the spread of respiratory diseases? I don't think one exists. You only need to watch children wearing masks to see how stupid it is. They put their finger up under their mask, they pick their nose, they cough, they sneeze, they got snot, and they become filthy. Not only that, but they drop them, they pick them up, they drop them, they pick them up, they touch them again. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just so obvious that if anything, they're helping spread it. It's not helping them. And masking children is child abuse. And this is also, it is not a question of Trump versus Biden or Democrats versus Republican. This is a decision you're going to be making that is a decision that is the most important thing in all of our lives, because it's about our children. There is no evidence that unmasked children have caused any deaths, period.
My name is Kathleen Christian. I live at 432 Forest Avenue in Lawrence. This entire experience caused by the so-called pandemic is creating neurotic hypochondriacs to where people are fleeing to doctors and emergency rooms with the slightest sniffle, sneeze, headache, or fart for fear that they have COVID and will die. This is beyond allowing parents the choice of whether their child should wear a mask to school. This has now become public hysteria, and committees like this are fueling it by not standing up against the madness and seeing the truths. It's so easy to just go along with the flow. Not anywhere in our Constitution does it mention that the rule of law can be suspended if there is a bad disease. We have lived through typhus, cholera, smallpox, HIV, tuberculosis, polio, the Spanish flu. We've lived through an attack on our soil. Never has there been months and months of emergency powers when we weren't actually fighting the war. We must ask ourselves, where has the backbone of this nation gone? Are we going to allow the Biden administration to continually lie to us and take away our freedom of choice? Has anyone on this committee actually researched into this virus along with any data beyond listening to second and third party opinions and junk science? Are you all consumed with hysteria by what is being fed to us from the media and the Biden administration? Don't help him destroy this nation by giving into this madness. We are America, and our ancestors raised up this country with a faith in God, bravery, stamina, and belief in themselves, because they understood this as a great nation, and it is still a great nation if we don't give in to these deceptions. The Constitution has given us freedom of choice. As far as I know, this has not been amended out. Therefore, our children are our choice, not the government's, not this committee, not any health organization. Stay out of our homes. Your job is to operate this county so it can function well for the people who pay the taxes that fund it and your salaries, not invade our homes and control our families and destroy our freedom. This committee is becoming an autocratic tyrant and trying to
build this country into a totalitarian rule. We expect this committee to display their commitment to being a loyal American patriot that defends our rule of law, which is the Constitution of the United States. It is time to wake up to the reality that we are the people and not subjects to totalitarian rule.
My name is Judy Williams. I live at 1732 West 25th Street here in Lawrence. I taught preschool for 25 years, enrolling 2.5 to 5-year-olds. Teaching communication was a vital part of my curriculum. Using words is only part of communication. Observing facial expression is also a great big part of being learned. An entire facial expression. I often used to say, look at my face. That makes me sad when you do that. Or look at my face. That makes me smile. I like that. Also, I observed children watching my lips as we spoke and when I read books. Sorry, I lost my place. It's incredible to see how they would mimic me. And whenever they couldn't see my lips, they would get frustrated and try to vie each other for the position to see my mouth. When a child gets frustrated, I don't need to tell you how that behavior goes. We can help alleviate this frustration by not mandating masks for our children. For many years, my husband and I were part of a group called Friends of International Students. We were very privileged to have some of the world's most talented and intelligent young people sitting at our table. We had a young early childhood doctoral student from South Korea. She commented her face did not do the things that mine did when she spoke. I shared with her that I taught my preschool children how to express with their faces so they would better connect to those around them. She desired that ability to connect better with these audiences as she spoke. We got a mirror out, and I had her making faces of excitement and sadness and anger and all the rest. I asked her how it was possible that she had not learned these facial expressions when she was a child. She told me that masks were worn because of poor air quality in her country. She had never learned the art of connecting with facial expressions. Later, she thanked me for the opportunity to learn, stating that I had really helped her in giving speeches and her ability to connect with everyone. Runny noses is another thing that I need to talk about. As a preschool teacher, I would have been a millionaire if I could have just had a dime for every nose I chased down to wipe. If a mask was covering that nose, the mucus will run into the mouth and it would cause great problems. And let's think about the children that have allergies. My own had allergies. And if I had not seen their coughing and sneezing produce mucus in their mouth, I would have never been able to teach them to spit it into a tissue. You see, it's not only the children. Oh, excuse me. I also have a child, my daughter, who was 80% deaf when we went to preschool, kindergarten roundup, actually. And she had learned to lip read for the entire 5 years of her life. She had lip read. I now have a granddaughter who has a degenerative hearing disease. She has graduated from Lawrence High School last year.
Your
She
3 minutes
mentioned
are
that.
up. Your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to thank you for allowing me to be heard. What responsibility you have to make a good decision. You will all be held accountable for your vote. Remember, children live what they learn what they live, sorry. This generation that you have in your hands right now will be responsible for shaping your futures. Don't you want them to consider what is best for you when that time comes?
Hi, I'm Judy Carmen. My address is 312 North 1925 Road in Lecompton. As a former family therapist, I want to say with absolute certainty, the children should not be forced to wear masks. As has been said here, it is child abuse. It is damaging to their mental health as it communicates to them that they are dangerous to other people and that other people are dangerous to them. It also cuts them off from vital social cues, as we've been hearing, that we receive from seeing each other's faces. No one should go through an entire day without seeing one smiling face, only staring eyes. But beyond the enormous psychological damage masks do, masks also prevent children from getting fresh air. Surely that is a basic right to breathe fresh air. On top of all of that, there is plenty of research to indicate that masks don't even work. So they harm children with high levels of carbon dioxide and inhaled bacteria that is meant, as we've learned, to be exhaled, but is instead trapped in the masks. There's a University of Louisville study on mask mandates where the researchers concluded that mask use does not predict summer and fall winter statewide COVID case totals. And our findings do not support the hypothesis that SARS-CoV-2 transmission rates decrease with greater public mask use. Do the research. There's plenty out there by qualified researchers. An article published by the CDC says it's in a review of 10 randomized controlled trials, which is the gold standard of non-medical masks. It reported we found no significant reduction in influenza transmission with the use of face masks. Disposable medical masks, also known as surgical masks, are loose-fitting devices that were designed to be worn by medical personnel to protect accidental contamination of patient wounds and protect the wearer against splashes or sprays of bodily fluids, not to protect them from viruses. There is limited evidence for their effectiveness in preventing any virus transmission, either when worn by the infected person or when worn by an uninfected person, which makes no sense because we've never done that before.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Our systematic review, they say, found no significant effect of face masks on transmission. So, and then there's another one from the University of
3 minutes are up.
Minnesota. Am I running out of
You're
time?
out of time.
Okay, I just want to finish by saying the Kansas statute 338-141 gives parents the right to exercise primary control over the upbringing of their children. This is up to them, not the government, not the health department. This is unlawful. I do not consent and I will not comply.
I will remind folks that you need to keep your public comment. I will remind you, you need to keep your public comment to 3 minutes. I'll give a 30-second warning, then tell you when your time is up, but we'll ask the deputy to come on up if we go over 3 minutes again. Thank you.
My name is Tom Smith, address 803 East 1150 Road, Baldwin City, Kansas.
Speak into the microphone. You just need to get closer to it.
Is it on now? Okay. Tom Smith, my address 803 East 1150 Road, Baldwin City, Kansas. I agree with Senator Marshall, Dr. Roger Marshall. Not one child has died of COVID unless they've had a severe underlying health condition here in the United States. None, zero. Our children are not at serious risk for COVID. In light of that, a recently published Brown University study titled "The Impact of the COVID-19 Pandemic on Early Child Cognitive Development, Initial Findings in a Longitudinal Observational Study of Child Health" indicates a 21% drop in the IQ of children born during the COVID-19 era. I have a copy of the study if you'd like. In the decade preceding the pandemic, the mean IQ score on standardized tests for children aged between 3 months and 3 years was about 100. But for children born during the pandemic, that number dropped precipitously to 78. The study included this comment: mask wearing by adults may also have impacted babies' development because children were less able to learn from facial cues. How much more children in classrooms? The Wall Street Journal has published an editorial dated August 8th, outlining several major negative consequences of children wearing face masks. From the editorial, quote, "The possible psychological harm of widespread masking is an even greater worry. Facial expressions are integral to human connection, particularly to young children who are only learning how to signal fear, confusion, and happiness. Covering a child's face mutes these nonverbal forms of communication and can result in robotic and emotionless interactions, anxiety, and depression. Seeing people speak is a building block of phonetic development. It is especially important for children with disabilities such as hearing impairment, as we've heard. I'm hearing impaired. Old deaf guys in masks don't get along well. Neither do young people and masks. I'm actually considering consulting with an ADA attorney about the whole concept of the mask mandates. Unmasked people are not lepers. Unmasked students are not lepers. Do not marginalize the citizens of Douglas County, particularly our children, like the authorities of Vichy France in the 30s and 40s. You don't have the authority to force masks with zero scientific evidence, zero peer-reviewed scientific evidence. Dr. Fauci doesn't even have them. The child of a mother in Florida who's a member of the Moms for Liberty group, her child was made to sit outside the circle of other students, separated and ostracized. The Brown versus Board of Education decision years ago was ruled on precisely to stop this very kind of separation and ostracizing. Use your common sense.
You have 30 seconds.
Don't make us go back to court. Would you like a copy of that Brown University study?
My name's Daniel Martin. I live at 1621 North 150 Road. And, you know, I would really feel more comfortable if the female commissioners would cover their heads. Would that be a problem? And it's just, I would feel more comfortable if your heads were covered. In fact, all women. Okay, I got one. And I bet you this is cleaner than the mask you got on. And it's been here all day. All right. We all know the science is bogus. We've researched it. We know every bit. That's their false flag. That's what we talk about, the science, because we think these people are going to reason with us. These people are going to reason with us, and we're going to show them the truth, and they will do what they need to do. But this is not the case. This is a culture war. This is authoritarianism. They're going to force you to do what they want you to do, no matter what. It's got nothing to do with the science whatsoever. They know it. You know it. And, you know, I have a lot of people tell me that my friends, they say, oh, you're anti-mask. I said, no, I'm not anti-mask. I'm pro-freedom. And, you know, they say, well, it's just a piece of cloth. Well, you know, this is a piece of cloth too. And a yarmulke is a piece of cloth. And I've been called a piece of something on several occasions, but it's like, this is how it begins. This is cultural subjugation. This is cultural subjugation. You get it? You make someone do something they don't want to do. You make women wear this their whole lives. You take them out of society. You hide their faces. They have no rights. That's what an authoritarian system does. And that's what you guys are doing. It's got nothing to do with the science. The science is bogus. We know the science. You know the science. It's got nothing to do with that. This is authoritarianism. You are the authorities. You are oppressing us. Oh, assalamu alaikum.
My name is Sue Herring. I'm at 5225 Harvard Road here in Lawrence. We've covered the ineffectiveness of masks, the garbage coming from there. So I want to speak to you pointedly and briefly about two things tonight: who we are and freedom. How many of you consider yourselves Kansans? Show of hands. You too. No response? Let me remind you of what runs in our blood in Douglas County by taking you visually down 6th Street. Make a left. What high school do you find? Free State. What do you get to the top of Massachusetts and go south? Free State Brewery. Freedom runs in the blood of people in Douglas County. Our history, beginning with our state's foundation, is a state that stood for freedom. As county commissioners, you could claim this heritage. You could help us become the poster child for freedom during this mess. We are Kansans. We stand for freedom, and we demand that you represent us in that way because you work for us. We elected you. You know what? Quantrill's raid didn't stop freedom here. Fauci, the CDC, and all the other 3 letters aren't either. No masks.
My name is Joe Herring. I live at 5225 Harvard Road. It's July the 4th, 1776. The founding fathers declared independence from a tyrant, King George. Today, we have a new tyrant, overreaching government, suppressing our freedom. Let me recite the first part of the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Let's stop there. It's the Creator that gives us the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not government. Non-negotiable, unalienable. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We the people. The first paragraph, the preamble of the Constitution, it speaks of the general welfare and secure the blessing of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. If we look at the First Amendment, the first Bill of Rights, it talks of the right of the people to peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This is what we're doing right now. We're redressing our grievances. For those of you that have served in the military, we took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all foreign and domestic enemies.
You have 30 seconds.
The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It makes no reference for health emergencies, mandates of any kind. And definitely you can't lock down people that keep them from working and earning a living for their family. This is illegal. And you're either a patriot
Your
that
time is
defends
up.
the Constitution, or you're a traitor. The
Your
choice
time
is
is up.
yours.
Give us 1 second.
Okay.
Can folks on Zoom still hear us? Okay.
My name is Chelsea Trevino. I live at 2904 Yellowstone Drive in Lawrence. There is no scientific foundation behind masking children. Children are the least at risk of contracting COVID-19. You want to talk about the science? Molecular biologists and virologists have determined that COVID-19 infects human cells through a specific protein known widely as the ACE2 receptor. Using this spike-like protein, the COVID virus binds to the ACE2 receptor like a key being inserted into a lock prior to entry and infection of cells. Children have a significantly lower count of these ACE2 receptors in their body, therefore making it incredibly difficult for the virus to bind to them. Furthermore, numerous studies and scientific data has shown that masking in general is not effective at stopping the spread of COVID. Outside of a sterilized health setting, masks do very little, if anything, to protect the wearer or those around them. One such study, I think was cited before, published on the CDC website on May 2020, entitled Non-Pharmaceutical Measures for Pandemic Influenza in Non-Healthcare Settings, Personal Protective and Environmental Measures, effectively states that evidence from 14 randomized controlled studies of personal protective measures showed that these measures did not support any substantial effect on transmission of lab-confirmed influenza. On a more psychological level, the masks are damaging and detrimental to the health and development of children. Facial cues are imperative to healthy development in children, especially those with special needs. It also makes it difficult to be heard and to hear those around them. By putting masks on children, we take away vital information that is necessary for children to read emotional signals, understand each other, and recognize and evaluate appropriate responses. Furthermore, by forcing children to wear masks, we are telling them that they have no control over their own bodies, which is incredibly detrimental to their emotional and mental well-being. I personally have spent 5 years teaching my son that his body is his own. Nobody is allowed to touch him without his permission, nor does he have to allow anything to happen with his body that would make him uncomfortable. It is his body, his choice. Should I turn around now and tell him he has to wear a mask, especially against his will, I undo years of teaching him that his body is his own, as do any other parents who have raised their kids with the same standard. Their body, their choice. Should you choose to enforce a
have 30
mask mandate
seconds.
on children, I, for one, will not comply. It is unlawful and unconstitutional. I will not take away my children's choice and their right to govern their own bodies.
Excuse me, somebody shut the video off when they were up here at the computer. I just fixed it.
Thank you, Robin. Please come on forward.
Okay, can everybody hear me? All right, my name is Nicole Vanacola. I'm a Douglas County resident living in Eudora, Kansas. And as you can see, I am here tonight with my children, Commissioner Portillo, Commissioner Reed. I don't believe that you guys have any of these. So I want you to take a good look. This is what they look like. These are children. These are the ones that you guys are proposing to suppress for their health and safety. These are those people. Dr. Scrimshire, pay attention over here. I see you not looking at the screen. Hello. Yeah, I don't know if you have any kids either. Dr. Marcelino, I hear that you do, and that you take your kids to a different school outside of Douglas County where they have more freedoms. I'm not sure about that, but I would love to hear your reasoning behind it, but that's a little off topic right now. So in case those listening missed it previously in this year, I am the one that spoke earlier this year of a conflict with masks and the harm that was done to my son. This is the then 9-year-old son, now 10-year-old son, whose own primary doctor asked him to take his pants off in the parking lot of the doctor's office because my son couldn't and wouldn't, because he shouldn't, wear a mask. The first time that he tried to wear a mask, he hyperventilated and had a panic attack, which is something completely outside of his character, has never happened before in his entire life, and has never happened since because I refuse to put a mask on his face. Dr. Marcelino, Dr. Scrimshire, please tell me, is that truly doing no harm? Is that doing no harm to a boy to ask him to take his pants off in a parking lot? Does that fulfill the Hippocratic Oath? Because to me, that sounds a little bit like number 1, public indecency, and number 2, child pornography, which both are illegal. Which of those is following do no harm? This here in my arms is my 5-year-old daughter. As you might notice, she's beautiful, she's healthy, she's a little fireball, and she also has Down syndrome. Do you know that kids and people with Down syndrome are said to have a much weaker immune system than the average human? Yes. She has also had open heart surgery as an infant. She has beaten cancer as a 2-year-old. And guess what? I got sick with COVID in December, and all of my children were all over me constantly because guess what? Moms don't get days off. They were breathing my air. They were climbing on my body. They were drinking my water. And even this girl right here with her weak immune system didn't get sick. None of my children got sick being all over me while I was sick.
You have 30 seconds.
With a statistically 0% chance of death from COVID, children are not high risk for COVID. And the real threat to our children is people that think protection is covering their mouths and nose with germ factories and causing them even worse mental, emotional, developmental, and physical harm. That is child abuse. And I will not participate in child abuse, and I will not sit quietly by watching others perpetuate it. I will not comply.
Your time is up.
I do not consent.
Hi, I'm Soren Vanicola. I live with my mom, and I just like to say how I don't care what your mandate is. I don't care if you say I have to wear a mask. Have you looked at the suicide rates that have gone up?
Oh, that was nice. Hello, my name is Ann Spitz. I live at 748 East 1485 Road in Lawrence. I wanted to, I agree with everything everyone said. Thank you for having this comment period. One of the things I wanted to reiterate, the very first speaker said that he wanted evidence proving that a SARS-CoV-2 or SARS-CoV-19 virus has been scientifically isolated using the scientific gold standard of Koch or Rivers postulates, because it has not. And if it has not, there is no pandemic. And all of these things are completely illegitimate. Now, the second thing, I've been looking at EUAs, the Pcr test, who the inventor said could not be used to find illness. it was kicked out, it was revoked. The EUA was revoked for the PCR test. They're allowing it to be used for some unknown reason through the end of December. And I don't understand that because they revoked the EUA for the PCR test because it gave false positives. It was not a good test for COVID. And because it could not distinguish between other respiratory illnesses. It could not distinguish the flu or RSV or any other. So therefore, I would like to know, is our health department going back and looking historically at the data, which showed that last year we had no flu. So if we had no flu, but we had all this COVID, and it turns out the tests can't distinguish between them, maybe we didn't have a COVID epidemic. Maybe it was a normal flu epidemic. How about that? So going forward now, what are you doing when you're still using these bad PCR tests that has no emergency use authorization? What are you doing to distinguish between COVID, real COVID, or the flu or RSV, or any other respiratory illness? Are you testing for the flu when you get a positive COVID test? Are you just taking the excess money the government's giving for COVID cases to the hospitals? Follow the money. Okay. And again, with emergency use authorization, I've been reading a lot about this.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. The mask also has an EUA. EUAs, you are not supposed, and the FDA says that you cannot force EUAs. People have to consent to them. Where is the consent for the mask? Thank you.
I'll get as close as I can. Hello, my name is Riley Bertles. I live at 550 Stone Ridge Drive, Lawrence, Kansas. I have a degree in data analytics, but you shouldn't need a degree in order to find or organize accurate data in regards to COVID-19, specifically mask mandates. You cite that there is scientific evidence that mask mandates reduce the number of COVID cases, specifically in Douglas County, but the data provided only addresses the time span of July 1st through August 23rd. I took the time to organize the data provided by the KDHE. If you look at the graphs I provide, you will see that the start of the mask mandate, July 1st, there was a spike in COVID cases immediately. The numbers then only stay fairly low until August 24th, the day after the CDC reporting. The day they stopped reporting, there was an increase of 121 cases from the previous reporting day. The numbers continue to grow with increasingly large spikes regardless of the mandate. I also provide you with a graph of the number of new cases following the removal of the mask mandate. For the first week, there was 0 new cases, and over the next month and a half, there was not a new reporting day that had over 10 new cases. There are obviously more cases today, but there is 0 data to support that the mask mandate of any age is going to slow the spread of the virus. I don't blame any parents that are fighting for this mask mandate, but I would blame you. The average person doesn't know how to look at the data and come to this conclusion. But as representatives of the public, you need to be honest with the numbers. And if you vote to force children to wear masks based on the data you are citing, that's a lie. And we cannot allow you to continue to lie to the public as a means to gain power anymore.
Good evening. I'm Dorian Logan. I live at 111 East 1300 Road in Baldwin. I want to appreciate your time this evening and hearing the public. I think these opportunities are good for us all because we need to all hear one another. I think that's how we're going to get through this difficult time, as we have all been affected quite negatively. I appeal to you on reason today. I'm hearing many of us really value our civil liberties. Obviously, we all do that. We all value being Kansans. We all value being Americans and Douglas County residents. And it sounds like many of us are parents. I'm a parent of 2 boys, both under the age of 12. Neither one can be vaccinated right now. So under the stipulations of losing some liberties, I think that us as parents, we would buckle our kids into the car. We would put them in car seats. We would put on a safety vest if they're going to be swimming in deep water. And we would put a bicycle helmet on them if they're going to be at risk riding bicycles or skateboards. We do have that choice, but there are mandates within the society and our county that says this is what we need to do as parents to protect our children. I beg your pardon. So let me say one other thing, because I do have personal experience treating patients with active COVID. Last year, as a physical therapist treating patients in a long-term care facility where we had an outbreak before I could become vaccinated, I really think that the reason why I remained healthy was because of the mask that I was wearing daily. And it wasn't a mask that I was able to change, unfortunately, on a daily basis, because at that time, we didn't have the supplies that were necessary. So I appeal to you on reason. I appeal to you as a parent of 2 unvaccinated children. And I hope that we can continue to hear each other and to really listen and try to understand. That's the only way we're going to get through this, guys. Come on. Thank you.
My name is Courtney Sappington. I live at 208 East 1600 Road in Baldwin City, Kansas. And I'm fine with the decision she wants to make for her kids. More power to you. It's not the decision I want to make. So I have a 3-year-old starting preschool tomorrow in the Baldwin City School District. This is his first year in public school. He has never worn a mask before. And if this passes, I will be unenrolling him tonight. According to KDHE numbers, children 0 to 9 in Kansas represented 4% of COVID cases and 1% of hospitalizations. You can look at Florida and Hawaii right now that have polar opposite mask policies, and they have the same infection curve and the same infection rate. This policy will cause, if this mandate will generate a mass exodus from these public schools. And what we're asking for tonight is parental choice. Every adult here has had the choice to get vaccinated or not. Kids have the choice to wear masks or not. And we're asking for bodily autonomy to make that decision. We want the choice to make the decision for our kids based on the individuals that we know and love in our home. We know their maturity, we know their pre-existing medical conditions, their behaviors, and what they can be entrusted with. There are certain countries in this world that mandate specific demographics of their people cover their face to go in public. Those are called theocratic fascist regimes, not America. We will not comply.
Hello, my name is Lavonna McAllister. I'm a live in Douglas County. And I really didn't know I was going to speak tonight, but I just want to speak to the commissioners. You've heard the science. You've heard the pleas of the parents. And I think some of you might be parents. Maybe not. I don't get to know that. I voted you in. I can thank you, sir. I appreciate you connecting, because we should connect because we're a community. And I have to tell you, it's really sad, the division. I don't agree with everything this wonderful woman said. I'm not on the same page as her, but I agree that we can't be divided. And what I really think we have to do is we have to start looking at our future. Because what's been said here, and it's true, is our kids are our future. These kids that you're going to do this to is our future. So I plead with your heart as a human being to put a mask on a 2-year-old. Shame on you. I don't have little ones yet, but I raised 2 kids and I'm just so excited to be a grandma one day. And to think of my grandkid walking around in a mask. I'm a very, very successful hairdresser of 31 years. And I'm successful because I had the privilege of getting education at the age of 19. And my mentor, the first thing he taught me was how you communicate with people. It's not your words. My words mean nothing to you today. That's why I hope you're looking at my face. You're looking at my emotions. We communicate with our body language. It's something like 86% of our communication is our body language. Then the next thing is our tone. But it's only like 3% of our words. And all I hear, you Democrats and you leaders in this world, you're just giving us a bunch of freaking words. It's not science. It's not truth. And it's gonna kill our country. I plead with you, don't kill our country. Don't kill our kids. That little boy, he was the smartest one in this whole room. He said, have you seen the suicide rate? Have you seen the suicide rate? And I challenge you, have you ever been suicidal? Because guess what I have? I had one dark, dark day in my life. This is on public forum that I wanted to take my life. And I'm not a suicidal person. But something snapped like that. And thank God Jesus showed up in my life and saved me that night. But these kids can't be saved if you guys don't do your job right.
You have 30 seconds.
So I'm here to plead with your hearts. I'm here to plead with your emotions. And I'm here to ask you to be human, because putting a mask on a kid is inhuman. And it's abuse, and I will not comply.
My name is Michael Bertels. I'm a Douglas County resident. Most of my research comes from Conrad Mass, so he needs a shout out. I speak tonight as a father of 2 and an extremely concerned citizen to ask you to vote no on this mandate. A study conducted by the CDC came to the conclusion there is limited evidence for mask effectiveness in preventing influenza virus transmission, either when worn by the infected person for source control or when worn by uninfected persons to reduce exposure. Our systematic review found no significant effect of face masks on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza. And if masks aren't effective with influenza, how on earth would masks be effective with COVID, which we know spread faster than influenza? Everyone seems concerned with the non-existent harm that would come from children not wearing masks, but let's talk about the real harm that mandates can cause. A study titled Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on Early Childhood Cognitive Development states that masks worn in public settings and in school or daycare settings may impact a range of early developing skills such as attachment, facial processing, and socio-emotional processing. The same study found that due to lockdowns and mask mandates, children born at the beginning of the pandemic in their studies suffered developmental delays equivalent to a drop of 21 IQ points, not to mention the skyrocketing suicide rates of children since the start of COVID. According to the Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health, a death rate of children ages 1 through 4 from influenza is 0.8 and RSV is 0.9. Children ages 10 to 14 have a 0.4 death rate from influenza. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the current child COVID death rate, which includes numbers from the recent Delta variant, is 0.00 to 0.03%. That comes from 43 states, including New York City, Puerto Rico, and Guam. The fact that it's being considered to make a mask mandate for children for COVID, when this wasn't even thought every time flu season came around, is absurd. To quote Matt Walsh, "Do you know what it's called when you force your children to wear masks for fear of a virus that poses almost no threat to them? It's called child abuse." I believe we can all stand on common ground when I say we want what is best and safest for our children. That is why I strongly encourage you to vote no on the mandate. It should be left up to parents to determine what is safest for our children, not the government. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Price, and I'm a Lawrence resident. I have to agree with what they said. It's really hard to tell if you're paying attention or if you have any, empathy with the mask on. So masks do not create that environment of empathy, but it is your choice. And I know my comments are not necessarily about the mask, but what I feel like is this is not about a mask. This is a placeholder for the vaccine. You are our public servants, not our rulers. But last week's meeting, I got an opportunity to watch it online. It was disgraceful. What I saw was pure vaccine propaganda and a lot of wasted time discussing how you could force the school board to comply with your mask mandate, knowing that it's not lawful. What we heard from the meeting was the vaccine works. It's our best hope. It's safe and effective. It's so good. We must find a way to make people take it. We must find a way to coerce people. It's so great. From Shannon Portillo, we heard we're starting K-12 schools where we have a really large unvaccinated population. We know kids aren't affected, but they're not vaccinated. Back to the vaccine. From Dan Partridge, we've put in more work hours than we've had vaccination. Here's a tip for you, Dan. Stop working so hard. All of us have had a chance to get the vaccine. We don't want it if we haven't gotten it by now. Also from Dan, when it comes to COVID, we have two big tools, vaccination and masks. Don't focus just on one tool, but use both. There's a lot more tools than the vaccine and the mask, and we all know it. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, zinc, azithromycin, vitamin D, we all know it. So why don't we focus on all the tools and the ones that are the least harmful, and that is required by law. And the worst from Dan, how do we break down resistance to masks and vaccinations? How do we change behaviors and beliefs that people hold? We must continue the message of get vaccinated and wear a mask, provide that peer pressure. How do we change the social norm? Peer pressure, Dan, I taught my kids to ignore peer pressure, and I hope your parents taught you too. And when did the director of the health department get tasked with changing the social norm? Did we elect him? Marcelino said, the reality is the vaccine is still effective against the variants that we have. The
You have
CDC
30
just came out
seconds.
today and said that the vaccine is actually waning against the Delta variant, and the vaccine reduces symptoms, severe disease. Why are we seeing outbreaks? You said 99% of variants or of vaccinated are not receiving outbreaks, not having outbreaks. That's because the CDC stopped counting variants in the vaccinated unless they're hospitalized or die. So Dr. Scrimshire, why mandate a vaccine for a virus with a 99% recovery rate? Your answer was because 20% hospitalization and 10% have long hauler
Your
symptoms.
time is up.
And you wouldn't call that 99% recoverable. Even health directors
We
don't
want
get
to
to
hear
change
from
math.
everyone, so we need to keep comments under 3 minutes. Your time is up.
Do I press it now or later or?
It's on.
Okay. All right, I'm pressing. Okay, Marie Taylor. I live at 304 East 1400 Road in Baldwin City, Kansas. It's my understanding that you've been told that Baldwin City parents want a county mask mandate. As a resident of Baldwin, I can tell you that the overwhelming amount of parents in Baldwin City support parents' choice, as evidenced by Monday's school board meeting. If you've been told otherwise, you've been lied to and you've been manipulated. Kansas Statute 38141 gives parents the right to exercise primary control over the upbringing of their children and protects them from child abuse and neglect. Forcing a mask on my child is abuse, and it neglects to take into account their actual medical and mental state. I believe as non-medical or mostly non-medical elected officials, the burden of proof is on you. In order for you to make medical decisions for my kids without knowing their medical history, you need to have irrefutable evidence that proves the positives outweigh the harm here. If you have that evidence, I would love to see it, as I've yet to find anything that proves the benefits outweigh the risks of masking little children. Just about everyone out there gives parents recommendations on all sorts of things, including the health department. That's what they should be, recommendations only. But when it comes to medical decisions, it's up to me. I'm the parent and a physician, but not you and not elected officials trying to enforce health decisions on my child. These are not your children. They are ours, and they too are Americans with rights. They are our responsibility and our most beloved. They are not your children, and this should not be your decision. It should be mine. You say you're keeping them safe. What about the flu? The CDC data states that 148 kids died of the flu season in the 2018-2019 season. That's more than have died from COVID in over a year and a half. Did anyone on this board suggest that children should be masked for the flu? I don't think so. Did anyone in this room suggest that children should be masked for the flu? Absolutely not. So I wonder why. You will not force my child to cover his face. That decision is not yours to make. I am his parent, not you. You make a grave mistake if you think you have the right to take my parental rights away from me. And also you can sleep better at night? No, to that I say I will not comply.
My name is Linda Campbell. I live at 4124 Wimbledon Drive here in Lawrence. And there is a candle burning on the corner of McDonald Drive in front of the 497 School District building. The candle glow comes from a lone Navy veteran sitting with two handmade signs that speak of his love for children. He looks disheveled. His beard is a little too long, but his message is that of a hero and the message of so many Lawrence residents and Americans. He cries out for his fellow citizens to not be full of fear. He cries out for the people in charge to stop lying. He loves his family and his country. He understands that we live in an amazing country, blessed by God and formed by the writing of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. He truly believes our country is at war against evil. Why else would leaders like you want to harm our beautiful children physically and psychologically by masking them when there is no proof that a mask stops the spread of even the common cold? Dr. Fauci, the man you are taking advice from, was involved in the creation of COVID through the gain of function research. You take advice from the CDC, which is responsible for many deaths by not allowing doctors to treat patients with prophylactics that would have kept them out of the hospital and off a ventilator. And for you to propose vaccines for children is genocide. And leaders like yourselves should be tried for crimes against humanity and brought to justice. I pray that the candle on the corner will light our city, because we are living right now in lies and darkness. Your lies will not put out the light of truth. This is unlawful. I do not consent, and I will not comply.
Hi, my name is Tasha Haas. I live a few miles north of Lawrence. I do believe you guys care about our community, and I know this is a really tough spot to be in. But I'm against this mandate, and I don't have a lot of optimism that you're going to vote against it. I mean, I fully expect you to approve it because I've been watching your meetings for months and I haven't seen a lot of independent thought and very little courage. It's politically incorrect to go against the health authorities. And it's clear this commission cares a lot about being politically correct. But if this was still a representative democracy, you would have to vote against this because it's clear that the majority of the public does not want it. I would like to ask Dr. Marcelino how in the world he arrived at the age of 2 for this mandate. If that's a CDC recommendation, how did the CDC arrive at the age of 2? You know, the order says once on the 2nd birthday that kids should start wearing the mask. It's absurd to me. Children are still nursing at the age of 2 sometimes. We have a 2-year-old in our lives that we see every day. And last night she had 1 sock on and no pants. And she was eating cat food and putting rocks in her mouth. I mean, they put everything in their mouths at that age. They're very oral. They're going to be touching the mask all the time, pulling it down. It's going to be a nightmare for daycare providers and preschool teachers and parents. And they're going to be pulling it up all the time and putting this dirty, filthy mask that everyone's been touching all day on them. And, you know, the 2-year-olds aren't going to be able to understand why they're covering up their faces. It's instinct to want to have fresh air and to breathe. And it's going to feel like a punishment. And what is that doing emotionally to these toddlers? And 3 and 4-year-olds too. I mean, at last year, the mandate was for 5 and up, and then it was updated in November to 6 and up, or at least that's my understanding. But we were fine. We had 0 deaths in the county. What has changed this year? If anything, it's safer because the teachers can get vaccinated in schools. The adults have the option to get vaccinated if they're so scared of children that they can protect themselves. And we don't need to ask our children to bear this burden. This little girl was set to is all excited to go to school tomorrow morning. And I'll be pulling her out if this order is approved, because I know what's best for her. You know, she says she doesn't mind wearing the mask because she wants to fit in. She thinks it's cool. Well, she's never worn one and she doesn't know what it feels like. We all know it restricts your breathing. I mean, we're a society so cut off from our bodies that we can't tell that our breathing
Your time is up.
restricted and it's uncomfortable. So anyway, she will not be going to school with a mask on ever. Thank you.
My name is Gwen Marie. I live in Pleasant Grove. Yeah, it's a tough place to be there in those seats, I'm sure. I'm a former early childhood teacher trained in Waldorf and Waldorf education. It's a little bit different. And because of this, oh, that's right, I can't see. Because of this, pre-fear-based illness time frame, I went through all kinds of childhood diseases seasonally, and I'm still here to talk about it. My immune system is pretty stellar. As you are here witnessing and taking in the concerns and the requests, as well as anything that's been the questions that have been asked and given perhaps new information that you may not have considered, I would like you to, I'd like to state that you no longer have plausible deniability. And I hope everyone understands what plausible deniability is. Yeah, okay. Do you guys understand what that is? Okay, great. So now that you have been presented with these questions that these beautiful people have come here, it's so lovely. Isn't it great to have so many people in the presence of you, because you guys decided, we've voted you in, here you are, here they are, we want something done. It's amazing. I love it. Okay. So now that you've been presented these questions and concerns, reasons, to rethink and to reestablish what platform you want to move forward on. You're here to make that decision. Rethink it, please. Reestablish something different. And it's your duty as our public officials to look into this stuff, to research it, and to reevaluate before coming to any conclusions. And there will be repercussions to the decisions that are made. There always are. I'd also like to remind you, no, I don't need to say any of that stuff, you know, and that, because everybody's talked about it already, and I think you've heard it. So we are here to remind you, we're not silent. We're here to remind you that we are not compliant. And we are here because we're not really happy right now. And we are here because we celebrate our liberty and we love to live. We love to live with the health freedom that we're given as sovereign human beings. And anything else there that we love, I mean, I don't know what else you want to talk about. So thank you. Please vote no.
Hi, my name's Jace Linkton. I live at 136 Pinecone Drive here in Lawrence. I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of my son, who turns 2 next month. Just 18 months ago, health experts warned me not to place loose blankets and teddy bears in his crib because it was a risk for SIDS. Now other health experts and public officials who don't know me or my son want me to forcibly put multi-layered cotton on his nose and mouth when we're in public. Things change quick. I just have 2 sets of questions for you tonight. The first one is, what risk are you attempting to mitigate with this potential order? Is this to protect the children? The American Academy of Pediatrics this week said hospitalizations among children from COVID is uncommon, with between 0% and 0.03% of infections resulting in death. To compare, any person's likelihood of dying in a car accident at any time is almost 10 times higher. We're all at a higher risk of dying in an accident on the way home from this meeting than a child is of COVID-19. Is this order to protect teachers and faculty or to reduce transmission? In the states who've reported their data, just 0.1% of the more than 136 million fully vaccinated people have had breakthrough cases of COVID. Even more, about 74% of those breakthrough cases, according to the CDC, are among adults 65 and older. The elderly are immunocompromised. 1 person that I've found has died from COVID in Douglas County in the last 30 days. To wrap up this point, the science doesn't seem to offer compelling data to justify forcibly masking children. My second question, what's preventing you from showing political restraint and allowing individual school districts, businesses, churches, and parents from making this decision? Do we not govern ourselves and assume our own risks? If masks work, why can't we leave the decision to forcibly mask children up to the most local authorities, the parents? Are you being pressured to enforce this mandate? By whom? Do those pressuring you have our children's best interests in mind more than their parents? Do they have my son's best interest in mind more than me? I strongly oppose this unscientific and overreaching mandate, and I hope you consider doing the right thing and voting it down. Thank you.
My name is Mercedes, and I'm a Douglas County citizen, and I believe that you should not force masks.
Good evening. My name is Seven, and I am a Douglas County resident. I am here to inform you that it is not your constitutional duty or right to mandate me wearing a mask. As a county commissioner, you are required to take an oath that states that you will uphold the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, you are to do what the people as a whole want. The United States is a government by the people and for the people, and we the people have made it quite clear that we have no desire to be told we must be muzzled with something the CDC has stated doesn't prevent COVID-19. As a young girl in the state of Kansas, I can choose to abort the human inside of me if I was to become pregnant without parental consent or knowledge. I can go to the school nurse and request a condom without parental consent or knowledge. I can go and get medical treatment or vaccines without parental consent or knowledge in certain cases. All I'm saying is the fact that I have all of these as a young Kansas citizen. All of these are considered my rights. But you're telling me that if you sign off on a mandate that I did not consent to, I do not have the right to choose if I put a mask on my face? I don't think so. That doesn't make any sense to me. That does not make sense. It's not scientific and it's unconstitutional. As a high school student, I want you to know that I have not studied government my entire life, but the small amount that I have, I understand. And I want you to know that I am appalled that you even think of mandating masks on taxpayers that pay your salary without any constitutional. It's not constitutional. I've read the Constitution multiple times for myself. You do not have the right to do this. This is not in your power. Regardless of what you believe or what your emotions are telling you, do not forget that this is our choice. We have the right to choose what we do to our own body. It's not anyone else's choice. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution. I didn't have the right to vote you in, but I am a US citizen. I don't think you're the devil. I don't think you're awful people. But you are holding power to do things to me that I did not comply to. Please vote no on this. I am the next generation. Please do what you took an oath to do. Uphold the Constitution and do not be a coward. I do not comply and you do not have my consent.
Hello, my name is Justice, and I'm a Douglas County resident, and I will not wear the mask. No matter what you tell me, I will not put it on my face.
Hi, I'm just going to move this for a second because I know some of you up there. Oh, sorry. My name's Mackenzie. I'm not going to give you my address because I'm sure you can look that up if you'd like. I know a couple of you up there. I listen to you speak, and there have been children up here speaking, and I know that you still aren't looking and you're still not listening, but I do think that I've given you the respect as most everyone else in here has given you the respect. So it would be nice if you at least pretended like you were paying attention. I do thank you guys for giving us the time to speak, but I do also feel like it is our right to speak. I am here today speaking on behalf of myself, my son, my daughter, my mother, my father, my sister, who is a nurse who works in KC Med, who is also having the same pressures that we are. And she's also standing up with other nurses the same that we are. I feel like that I'm actually speaking on the behalf of a lot of other people that are afraid to speak because of pressure that they have received from not only their peers, but their cities and government officials, just like you. And even though I don't necessarily agree with the woman and what she spoke up here, I did hear you and I understand that you are concerned. We are also very concerned. And my problem is not necessarily that I have a problem, but the fact is that there are people that want the mandate, and I understand and I respect your decision. But to take it away from everyone else, to take away their choice isn't fair. You get the choice to choose. We should all get the same choice. I'm not going to stand here and present you with a bunch of facts and information because I've already done that before. And I realized over the last 2 years that most of you aren't listening to facts. You're also not looking them up or researching them, or else we wouldn't still be here doing the same thing we did last year that didn't work. I don't actually even have kids in the Lawrence School because I pulled them out. I'm here because I do believe that after the actual science that I have read, that this is unethical and it should be illegal, or at least we should have a choice to choose. One of the most frustrating things for me is that the people up here making the decisions for hundreds of others, because there are other people that aren't here that feel the same way, is that we have done the research, and it feels like, because maybe I don't know, that you haven't. Or else, like I said, we wouldn't be here. The issue that someone else said earlier isn't just about the mask, it's also about the vax. And there are thousands of people around the world that are having severe adverse reactions from that. And I'll just give you one website. You look up bears and I'll just leave it at that. There's also a lot of evidence that shows the suicide rate has gone up 60% since 2019. There are a lot of other people in this room that are also aware of that. I am mostly concerned about not only myself, but about the children with learning disabilities that depend on facial expressions to make it through their day. Not to mention every other single kid this year, no matter the age, that is terrified going back to school because of fear.
Your
These
time is
masks
up.
represent fear.
Your time is up.
My time's up? You didn't give me 30 seconds.
I gave you 30 seconds, 30
Okay.
seconds ago.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that. Alls I feel like is that we all have a choice. And for you to take away that choice is unethical. It should be illegal. And, I hope that you can all sleep okay, taking this freedom away from us, because once you do, it will not come back. We won't get these freedoms back, and you will be the ones to blame.
My name is Cole Carter. I'm a Douglas County resident. I was here last week and I spoke. I spoke my truth, how I feel, and I appreciate everybody here for speaking about how they feel. I can imagine being a commissioner right now during these times might be kind of hard. You're feeling a lot of pressure from your community, which I think right now is needed, but you're also feeling pressure from people above you that don't live here. So I think a lot of the problems that we're discussing right now may not really be applicable to what we're experiencing today here. And I've voiced that before. I just want to mention last week, I misspoke and I said, because I heard that 3 of the 15 people in the hospital were unvaccinated. Well, I went back and watched the recording because that was clarified to me after, and thank you for that, Commissioner. But the reason I misspoke is because you misspoke, Dr. Scripter. I watched the recording. That is there. And I'm not trying to call you out as much to make it clear that this data, these numbers you're throwing around are impacting people. This is serious stuff because you're making mandates based on numbers that may not even really exist. And I just want to broach upon a concept I heard you mention earlier, Commissioner Kelly, and I appreciate you saying that when we were talking about the construction of a storage facility, and you talked about the land. And the theme that I heard was sustainability. What is sustainable for our world that is burning, flooding, people are starving? I mean, we're experiencing a global crisis right now. And I think these discussions are a waste of time. And if we take that concept of sustainability, which is really applicable to the environment, why don't we apply that to our kids? There are a few indigenous communities that I know about that used to make decisions based on how those decisions will affect the next 7 generations. Well, can we make decisions that will affect the next 1 generation or 2? I'm just saying a lot of what I'm hearing seems like common sense. And I want to say that I understand this is hard. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and to hear all of us. But I just think this is really important. And what will be the consequences? What's next? I feel like we're kicking a can, talking about 30-day mandates. Well, what happens at the end of that 30 days? Do we have another one of these meetings? I mean, what is really sustainable here? What kind of actions can we make
30 seconds
that really impact our community for the better? I work in drug addiction, and I know that the numbers of drug overdoses have gone up 130%. Suicide. I mean, there's just a lot of social problems occurring that seem to like shadow the COVID epidemic itself. So I'm just wondering, what are we really discussing here? Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and COVID task force members. My name is Adam Beckman and I live in Lawrence, Kansas. I am married and have a 13-month-old daughter, and my wife and I are both vaccinated. I assume that you've made up your minds by now, but I think some of my comments bring up points that haven't yet been discussed. I feel they provide reason for pause or a potential compromise solution at the least. I am concerned that the commission may not be considering the potential negative impact the proposed mandate will have on Douglas County families' quality of life and equity in receiving services, especially for those with multiple children. I ask commissioners to weigh the impact of trying to maintain compliance with the proposed ordinance, to maintain compliance with proposed ordinance will have on parents with multiple children versus children's evidence-based transmission levels. Will parents be fined for non-compliant kids? Will a mother dependent upon public transit or other public services be fined or kicked off the bus and out of the office if one of her kids pulls down their mask? Will this precedent apply to outdoor settings if criteria change? And wouldn't that exclude all families with small children from public settings if the children have not developed sufficient discipline to wear their mask? If warnings will be given, how many and according to what guidance? Are there set goals and quantifiable statistics the mandate intends to meet in order to be lifted? If so, why are they not in the text of the ordinance? Families experience many challenges in this county, including the cost of housing, daycare, and the stares from onlookers when your toddler throws a fit or one-year-old starts screaming for no apparent reason. I know many households that have 3 to 4 children under age 6, and I can't imagine the stress of trying to keep them all in a mask when out in public. I ask that you not let a mask mandate dependent upon a 2-year-old's discipline level be a reason for a family to feel excluded in Douglas County or choose not to experience community and access services. If the concern is primarily school districts that did not mandate masks, as submitted comments seem to indicate on the county's website this morning, I ask you consider limiting the potential mask mandate to those 5 to 12 that are school age and generally have the self-discipline necessary for continuous mask wear. However, if you do choose to implement the mandate, be aware of the potential
You have 30
consequences.
seconds.
If this is seen as overriding a local school board's authority, don't be surprised if the state legislature attempts to suppress the county's local authority in the future or Lawrence school districts to apply a mask mandate. My advice is to let the voters render verdicts on the school board's decision in the next election and aggressively push back against local members trying to avoid a decision for or against mask mandates and the accountability they implicitly agree to when they decide to run for office.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Dee Steinbach. I'm at 2132 East 26th Street here in Lawrence. And I just want to ask a few questions, but I know you're not going to answer them, but I do want to give them for consideration and thought. Because I keep hearing you're following the CDC recommendation and guidelines. However, I consider it malfeasance and even unethical if you're not looking beyond the CDC at the actual peer-reviewed published research. And as you've written this mandate at this point as a draft, I would call it, has it taken into consideration one of the latest meta-analysis that I reviewed in the Internal and Environmental and Public Health Journal about the risks of wearing masks for people, adults and children. And there is there's like a 45-page meta-analysis of 65 studies. A meta-analysis, I'm sure you know, is a well-done, high-level research. I think they called it like a level 4. I'm not going to quote that. But that was just done a few months ago, specifically on mask wearing during COVID. And you've outlined some exemptions in your mandate, but are doctors allowed to make their own judgment on what medical conditions they think need to be exempted for their own patients? Because I have personally talked to doctors who don't feel that they have the authority or will be turned into either the health department for noncompliance or submitted to the Kansas Board of Healing Arts, but with the potential risk of losing their license. And I want to know how you're effectively communicating that to doctors, because I personally have a medical exemption that my doctor wrote, but the health department had to approve it before I could go to work. And then I still was forced, Lawrence Memorial forced me to wear a mask to go in to see that very same doctor My blood pressure was through the roof, and that was why I was going in there. It's for a checkup with that. That wasn't very inclusive with your medical exemptions back when the mask mandate
You
was
have
for.
30 seconds.
So if you're going to put mandates in place for these children, and when people don't comply last summer or spring, your lawyer suggested that the parent or person sue that particular agency. But if it's going to cost me thousands of dollars to sue a particular agency, I suggest you foot that bill if you're going to put me in that situation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth. I'm a Douglas County resident. What you're doing to these children and the Douglas County residents is criminal. You've been presented with factual information over the last year by many freedom keepers, and yet your cognitive dissonance is so strong you won't hear it. I was out today in Douglas County to several locations, and guess what? People are wearing masks. They are, without your mandate. And people are not wearing masks. And those people are a lot like me. We're not going to comply. Everybody is responsible for their own health and the health of their children. Not you, not any of you doctors up there. I didn't hire a single one of you. I have my own doctors, and I can tell you, they have made it very clear it's not wise to put a mask on a child. They're medical board certified doctors, and they don't agree. So your doctors up there are in disagreement with my own personal doctor that I have hired. Life is a risk in and of itself. You take a risk when you go outside just to get your mail. You take a risk when you get in the car. You take a risk when you go swimming in the ocean. You take a risk when you take a hike. And you take a risk every day you get up of getting sick. It is just part of life. It has been going on since the fall, and it'll go on until Jesus returns, and you are not going to stop it with a mask, ever. This mask mandate is unlawful. It is unconstitutional, and I will not comply, and I do not consent. This is my 5-year-old daughter. This is her time, not mine, so you can start 3 minutes again. Since your mandate would require that she had to put a mask on her face, I have given her the opportunity to say something if she so chooses.
I am.
What's your name?
I am Zoe, and I am a Douglas County resident. And I refer that we should not be wearing a mask. And you are not my mom, and you are not my dad. And you cannot let me wear a mask. And this is my body, so you cannot tell me to wear a mask.
Are you done?
Do I need to push something or it's good to go? Okay. Good evening. When COVID first arrived in town, I was concerned for those I love that might be at risk, but I was never scared. For many years ago, I had committed to a healthy lifestyle, and my integrative doctor had done a very good job of preparing his patients for what was coming and suggested vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C to boost immunity. In June, our son came to stay with us, and 2 days after arriving, tested positive for COVID. We all quarantined for 2 weeks together. He had a very mild case. We didn't wear masks. We didn't social distance. We lived together as usual, eating together and hugging goodnight. Neither my husband nor I got it. Our immune systems did exactly what we expected. After that, we began to hear about other people who were getting it, and like us, either having mild cases or not catching it at all after being exposed. After the lockdown was over, we went back to life as normal. We went back to work, began eating out again, traveling inside and outside the country. Getting together with family and friends. We monitored our health and lived without fear. As I researched and learned more and more about the virus and heard about potential treatments that were working, I became so encouraged and began telling people about what I was finding. But then I realized people didn't want to hear what I had to say. They didn't want to even try the things I suggested. And I started hearing political labels being put on the people who thought the way I did. The strange thing was that most of the people who thought the way I did and did the things that I was doing didn't get sick. Then I became confused. Why was there so much pushback? Why did people not want to help themselves? Why did people rely on the actions of others to be protected? That's when the phrase "make it make sense" crept into my vocabulary, and I still say it often. Why do I have to wear a mask when I'm standing in a restaurant, but not when I'm sitting down? Why are people wearing masks outside and in their cars alone? Why are children wearing masks when they aren't a threat? Why, when I take my dad to therapy at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, do they take my temperature but never his? Why are people who already have COVID getting the vaccine? No one gets a vaccine after they've had the chicken pox or the measles. Why, if your mask/vaccine works, do I need it? The only answer I can come up with for all of this is fear. People are operating out of fear, not science or health. When I see a person wearing a mask in a car by themselves, that is fear. That is not science. That is not health. When I see a young teenager or a college student walking outside with no one else around without a mask, with a mask on, that's
You have
fear.
30 seconds.
That's not science or health. When we are thinking of masking our children who have nearly zero risk, that's fear. That's not health or science. I know fear is irrational, makes us do crazy things, and I'm so sad that instead of giving this community hope through proven prophylactic and post-infection treatments and lifestyle changes, our community leaders have chosen to continue to instill fear, hopelessness, blame, and putting individual health in the hands of others, with the only way out being masks, isolation, and vaccination.
Your time is up.
My rights do not end. Our children's rights do not end. None of our rights end where fear begins.
Hi, my name is Laura Roth, and I currently reside at 1731 Elm Street in Eudora, Kansas. I am the mom of 3 amazing children, ages 8, 6, and 3, with an additional child on the way. 3 weeks ago, we moved to Eudora from Lawrence after almost 10 years here. My children attended the Lawrence Public Schools until the 2020 to 21 school year when I pulled them out to homeschool them. They have struggled emotionally, not being around their peers. These masks are doing more damage to my children's mental and emotional health, especially when children this young use facial expressions to communicate to a greater degree. There are absolutely no studies that show these actually protect people from the virus unless funded by someone who is making money off of these mandates. What happens when we need to handle the upswing in behavioral issues that these decisions you want to force on our children? Are you expecting us to medicate them? More money in your pocket, doctors? This will lead to a more severe issue than what is at hand. Our children have attended the Eudora public school system since last week and have absolutely enjoyed and have thrived being back around their peers. The smiles on their faces relay so much about how important it is to keep these masks off children. They jump out of bed each day excited for another day. If this passes, we will not comply for our children's health's sake. Currently, there is a rise in the number of COVID cases in children being reported, and it has been admitted by even large hospitals in Kansas City that they are not even testing our children for RSV or the flu unless they test negative first for COVID. How much are you being paid to push this propaganda? Have you been so indoctrinated into the Rockefeller School of Medicine that you no longer exhibit common sense? How much do your medical practice make when a certain percentage of patients are vaccinated? All we have to do is follow the money to find out who is benefiting from pushing this propaganda. They even just came out saying the PCR tests are not accurate. How are we supposed to trust the so-called science when we question it and then months down the road are shown the truth? What is the goal here? 0 cases? Douglas County had its first death today since March. More people have died in car accidents in that time. Do you know anything about the Nuremberg trials? When version 2.0 starts, you will have to deal with the decisions you make when you are on trial for crimes against humanity. If you want to mandate something, mandate enough sleep, vitamins, a healthy diet, exercise, and plenty of fresh, clean water. We all know by now that masks wreak havoc on an immune system. No wonder people are getting sick this year after being masked for the past 18 months. Their immune systems are shot. And what about all the years when we went to the doctor and were told, it's just a virus, it has to run its course? One last thing, These are my children, and you have no authority to make decisions regarding my children that are under the age of 18 under any circumstance or situation. I do not consent to this mandate or any other mandate, and I will stand for our freedom and our God-given rights for each family to choose the right thing for their children.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Melissa Ingalls, and I live at 933 North 1950 Road. It's a little bit of a hard act to follow. But I want to start out by saying that I have a sister who's a COVID nurse in Kansas City, at one of the large Kansas City hospitals. I do not take COVID lightly. However, as a parent, there are many things I do not take lightly. I have 3 children that fall within the range of the 2 to 11-year-olds. And I ask you not to approve this. As a parent, I feel that my choice to choose what is best for my children, whether it's vaccine, no vaccine, mask, no mask, is paramount. Nobody cares more about the health of my children than I do, and my husband, and my family. Nobody. And I believe that every parent should have the right to put the mask on their children if they think that is best for them. I think every parent should be able to vaccinate their children against COVID if they feel that is best for them. And if that is what the health department wants parents to choose, then they need to do a better job of presenting facts and data to back up what they want, what they think is best. I do not think it is best. My 4-year-old is in preschool. She's loving it, just started. I don't want to pull her out. The school did a stellar job last year. They did temperature checks, health checks. They did extra cleaning. They did not have one single outbreak, anything related to COVID all year. They're continuing that this year. I feel that anyone who lives 24/7 with a child under the age of 5 understands the impossibility of dealing with masks, not to mention the grossness. It makes it worse. I just recently traveled on a flight with my 4-year-old. She's great. She did the best she could. I was right there with her. We had to change masks regularly. We had to wipe down. We had to, hand sanitize just to make it sanitary. What children under the age of 5 do with anything you put near their mouth, I feel like it is unreasonable to expect preschool teachers to deal with trying to keep masks on children, even if you think it's okay for children to wear masks. The worst that it got this last year, we didn't mandate masks under 5. Shawnee didn't mandate masks under 10. What makes us think that Douglas County right now is in such a unique position
You
compared
have
to
30 seconds.
any other county in the state that we would choose a mask that they say they're trying to choose as limited as possible, to mandate for children from 12 to 11. No one else is trying this. No one else thinks this is necessary. And parental choice is paramount, in my opinion. And I am not going to try to have my 4-year-old maintain masks in any sanitary condition for any length of time.
You're out of time.
So I ask you to vote against this.
Hello, my name's Linda Weinmaster. I live at 321 Stone Ridge Court. I oppose all mandates. It's been over 35 years since I had my first vaccine injury from the incompetent government-approved thimerosal, which is mercury in vaccines. I have suffered greatly, and I lost a baby in utero due to a mercury-containing vaccine. I also have a son who will be 30 in November, who was poisoned by mercury. Parents must decide if their children should wear masks. I have 3 grandchildren in Douglas County that will be affected by this mandate. You can make recommendations, but only the legislator can create law. Why should we trust the government decision to mask our most vulnerable children? Show the data to support masking children. The Kansas statute, chapter 38, minors 38-1 41 gives parents rights to exercise primary control over the upbringing of their children. Government is not the solution. I'm skipping a whole bunch here. It is the problem. There is a long history of government failings to keep Americans safe. They lied about thalidomide. They lied about tobacco. They lied about asbestos. They lied about mercury in vaccines. They lied about mercury fillings. They lied about opioids. They're lying about LED light bulbs. They lied about aluminum. They lied about lead in paint and gasoline. They lied about GMOs. They lied about fluoride. They lied about saturated fats and artificial sweeteners. They lied about raw milk. They lied about climate change. They lied about pesticides. They lied about Chantix, which was just removed for causing cancer to people trying to quit smoking yesterday. They are lying about processed foods. They lie about radiation. They lie about glyphosates. They're lying about antidepressants, chemotherapy, and antipsychotics. But you expect us to believe they're telling the truth about COVID-19? This is unlawful, and I will not comply.
Hello, Brian Tillmans, Somerville Way. So obviously I want to support the mask mandate. I appreciate your efforts to make those hard decisions on risk management. So, but we need it. It's a community issue. It's a pandemic. So again, we talk about fear. Yeah, I got fear for my kids to go to school where other ones aren't wearing masks, and that we haven't reduced the risk, whether it's a lot or a little. So I encourage you to pass that mask mandate because we need it for community. It's easy to look around. 600,000 people at least have died in the US. Ah, there you go. Aim high, right? There you go. Aim high. Yeah. So, but also, if you don't like Dr. Fauci, if you don't like CDC, that's fine. Look internationally. United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, Italy. So if you're not confident on your risk management, you can have confidence in these other countries that they don't call up the CDC or Dr. Fauci to say, should we do a mask mandate or vaccines? They make their own decisions with their own people. They're not being sponsored by who knows who, Soros, Arm and Hammer. So that's what we need to be worried about. And I need to talk to you because it's a community thing. So, but again, a mask mandate, appreciate it. Risk efforts, it changes all the time. The threat changes. Delta, who knows what variant in the future. Our vulnerabilities change. It affects different things. So risk is going to constantly change. Maybe 2 months down the way, we change things in 6 months. So appreciate it. Keep up the good work. And again, I obviously support the risk mask mandate. And again, it's for my children. It's for me. We need to do it as a community. We need to lower and hopefully reduce the number of people dying of COVID. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Tori Yardley. I live in Baldwin City. I just want to remind everybody here that these are our elected officials. There is a, we can vote them out in, I think, 2022. So just a reminder. You've heard all of the data, the numbers on children who are actually dying from this. It's been stated several times. I just wanted to say that anecdotal evidence should not be taken into consideration when creating policy. That being said, my boys and I did not wear masks at all last year, and we made it through just fine. I don't need a fancy degree to let me know bullcrap when I see it and it's trying to be forced upon me and my children. I will continue to not wear a mask, and neither will my children. I am their mother. I know what is best for their health. I know their medical history, and so does their doctor, not our elected officials. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy. I'm a Douglas County resident, and I would like to say that
I have an immune system. And when you put a mask on and wear it all the time, it keeps you from using and working your immune system. That's what you're supposed to do naturally. You're supposed to take germs in a little at a time and build up your immune system. I think I had COVID in February of 2020. I haven't been sick since. I, as much as possible, don't wear a mask. I take zinc, I take D3. I don't listen to MSM. I listen to America's frontline doctors. I suggest you guys look outside of the box, okay? If you're listening to CDC, I mean, maybe they're right about some things, but they're messing with numbers. We've been lied to so much. How do you expect us to even believe half of what we're told? And I do not comply and I will not consent.
Hi, my name is Liz Kep. I'm a Douglas County resident. I'm a mom of 3 children, 10 and under. I'm standing here to speak for myself, my children, and my community. I'm speaking for people who feel like there's no point in speaking because this commission has demonstrated time and time again that it will do what it wants, whether it is lawful or not. That, my friends, is tyranny, which looks more like other regimes from around the world than the constitutional republic that we live in. Frankly, I am gobsmacked at the level of government overreach that is unfolding here. Your job is to secure our God-given rights and not violate them. Parents decide what is best for their children, not the government. You are elected to secure the rights of the people of this county, whether the people are liberal or conservative. If parents are concerned about the welfare of their children, it is their right to vaccinate. It is their right to mask their children, and it is their right to withdraw their children from the public school system, as I have done. And it is, no one should fault them for that. It is also my right to refuse all of those things. However, to use a health mandate to soothe people's fear is absolutely ludicrous. You don't issue mask mandates each year during the height of the flu season, a virus that poses a far greater health risk to children than COVID-19. Finally, I ask that you do not vote in favor of this health mandate. It is just plain wrong, and I will not comply.
Hello, my name is Patty Norman. I've lived in Douglas County for 36 years. I now live at 2612 Phillips Road, live in Perry, Kansas. I raised 4 children here. I've gone to lots of commission meetings over the years. And I'm actually shocked and listening because I haven't been one for so long, because I used to come and watch how inefficient y'all were. It's really amazing. And then there were a few times that things actually got done. And I feel like you, Mr. Kelly, actually are really listening, but I don't feel anyone else is. And what we need to listen to, I have a few facts. Everybody's come out. I think most of us are reading a lot, because after COVID, I think a bunch of us had a whole bunch of time to start, actually time to do research, time to find out what the heck's going on here. So let me tell you this. Where did I do it? Okay. Last year, this is a big number, $4.64 trillion was given by the taxpayers for the COVID-19 thing. It is a fact, it is a scientific fact that there is no COVID-19. There's something that's killing people for sure, but there was no scientific full-on protocol for COVID-19. It was found to have markers in it, which means there's a patent. If the 3 of you ever researched anything, you could look up tonight and get the patents for SARS, H1N1, There's patents. That means somebody did something to them. They changed something, they made it. There's a patent number. It's like if you wanted to make a doll, you'd get a patent number in order to sell it. That's fact. 4.84 billion, $484 billion, Health and Human Services extra last year. $305 billion to the school board. Now, you guys are very powerful because I didn't know until last night that you all have a chance to elect different people in Douglas County that you choose your homies to do different things in different departments. That is a whole lot of power you guys have. And then there's the school board. They have enormous power.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's what I say. Do some research and actually really care about people. And children do not deserve your intelligence. You're stupid because you lack intelligence. You lack research. You lack information, and somebody's paying you guys extra. We know that. Somewhere,
Your
there is
time
more
is up.
money coming. You're crooked. If you do
Your
this,
time is up.
I have to say, we live in a constitution.
Your time is up. We do just want to let folks know that before we transition to online comments, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. So we do see all of the hands from people online. We will get to all of the online comments. We're just going to take a break after we're done with the in-person comments.
It's green, now it's on. My name's Alan Redd. I spoke with you all earlier, and I asked you to read a scientific paper that was a really good one by Jefferson et al. And it basically concluded that masks have no effect in stopping a virus. It was a meta-analysis by the Cochrane Reviews. Did you read it? Did any of you look at it? Patrick, you're nodding. Did you actually read it?
So we don't usually answer questions. We may cover some of the questions that you answer in our commentary after public comment, but we usually don't get into a back and forth.
Thanks
So,
for answering.
yeah.
I get the impression, though, that it isn't about the science. I'm a scientist. I've published papers in this field. It's not about the science. And so what supersedes science, really, quite frankly? I'm an atheist. I'm a liberal. What you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is diabolical. What you're doing is diabolical. At best, you're harming kids. At best, you're abusing kids. At worst, you could be killing some of them. That's wrong. I know, and I know for a fact that both Shannons up there have contributed some of their life to helping abused people. I know you don't agree with abusing children. Where's your conscience? Where's your conscience? What about the rise in suicides? What about the deaths by the opioids? You're increasing that. Where's your conscience? Where are your ethics? What if some of the kids that are coerced to take this vaccine die, or perhaps they're permanently damaged for life? How do you sleep at night? You're doing evil. You're doing evil. You're complicit. How do you sleep at night? It's ridiculous to have doctors give advice here. They're not scientists. They don't read the scientific literature, barely. 50 years ago, about half of them did research and medicine clinical. Today, it's about 1% of doctors do research. They're not doing it anymore.
You have
Who
30
is paying
seconds.
you? Are you under duress? Are you being bribed? Are you being paid off? Shame on you. You're complicit. And when Nuremberg 2 comes out, you are at risk. Do you know that some of those people in Nuremberg 2, the complicit ones, were hung? I will not comply. What you're doing is wrong. It's evil, it's diabolical, and you know better.
Your
All of
time
you
is
know
up.
better. Shame on you.
Hello, my name is Gretchen Reed, and I've been online before, but I've never been here, so it's nice to finally be here and speak. I have a specific question for Dr. Scrimshire that I've been trying to get an answer to since last fall. In a community meeting I attended last Tuesday, and then in a Lawrence Memorial email, or an email that went out from LMH today, they noted that 59 COVID patients have been in the hospital since June 15th. They also noted that this number represents all COVID positive inpatients and not just those hospitalized for COVID. So the number that we're seeing for hospitalizations, which today they said they have 17 in the hospital for COVID, those are not all active. They're all active COVID, but they're not in the hospital specifically for COVID. So I would like Dr. Scrimshire to answer the question of those 59, how many were specifically there for COVID and how many were there for other procedures that just tested positive for COVID. For example, you might go in to have a baby, you test positive for COVID, your number goes on that. That is not being transparent with the data. Mr. Partridge, in regards to the thousands of staff hours that you have put on these vaccines, perhaps you need to move on. It's not the best time, but not the best use of your time, okay? Last meeting I listened, Dr. Marcelino said, I believe school boards and educators are best at deciding what is best for their community. Yet here we are with Dr. Marcelino's name on the order. At the beginning of August, I was at a kids camp. I work with kids. I was at a camp for a week with 100 kids and adults. We were unmasked. We were jumping, shouting, singing. How many positive cases? 0. When I talked to that camp director who has camps all summer long, how many positive cases did they have from those kids attending the camps? 0. You do not have the data to warrant this mandate. Finally, it is obvious from listening last week that this is a reaction to 3 out of the 4 school districts in Douglas County not making masks optional. I understand that the order does not include school districts, but it's implied in the language for all public spaces.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. And school boards have wrestled with this. I've been at school board meetings and the school boards have made the best decisions for the community. And just because you guys don't agree with it, doesn't mean that you can mandate it and override their decisions. I hope you vote no.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Brent Hoffman from Lawrence, Kansas. Just a couple things. Last time I was in a room with this much public comment, Shannon, you were making public comment alongside me on the issue. Patrick, you were sitting there and listened to 29 out of 30 public comments against the jail expansion. Then you and Nancy Thelman and Michelle DeRusso decided to condescendingly lecture those public speakers and the audience and then vote against what they said. 6 months later, in June of 2020, you admitted and rescinded that vote. And I hope that you listen to the people that are making public comment tonight and don't just dismiss what they're saying, number one. Number two, you know, I don't know Dr. Marcelino. I don't know much about him, but he said something tonight in his extremely phoned in presentation that was very low on detail, and I don't think he put much time into it, which lacks a lot of respect for the community. And I didn't really have an opinion of Dr. Marcelino until tonight, tonight's presentation. And, you know, if he would have said that, you know, his concern is that these 2 to 11-year-olds are going to be super spreaders and cause the rest of the adult, you know, people that are eligible for vaccinations to become, you know, sick at a level that's going to fill up our hospitals. I could, you know, we could talk about that, but that's not what he said. What he said was we need to put masks on 2 to 11-year-olds because they're at risk, because we have to protect them. But we all know I mean, I'm assuming you know, a lot of people have talked about this tonight, what the super, super low impact is on those super, super low risk demographic of 2 to 11-year-olds. It just doesn't make sense considering all the negative implications of masking kids at all times indoors. It just doesn't make sense. What he said, in my mind, he lost all credibility and he's nothing more than a hack and needs to be replaced as the health officer of this county.
Hi, I'm Hillary Brown, a Douglas County resident. And tonight I wore this shirt that says unmask, and in the dictionary it says to reveal the true nature, to expose. And I think about my son who's in middle school, and I think for most of us, we felt pretty awkward during that time. And all summer long, he's been without a mask, working with me, and now he's about to go back to school and put this on. For what? Like everybody's been saying it, it's 99.99. I have the exact number and I'm going to share with you a 145-page paper that's actually an easy read on CDC studies and a variety of studies on masks that show that they are much more harmful than good. So I can't, but I think really this is about priming the pump for the vaccine. So for younger children, to get people to be willing to do it. And one of the things I received from Southwest Middle School, since my son will be attending there the other week, and it just freaked me out. I couldn't believe it. It was pure propaganda. It was a day that they get free ice cream or slushies or something, and they could go into the gym and do athletic challenges. One was take your best shot, has a big needle on it, stick it, yard games, give it your best shot, funny pharma. Pharma has been there is so much fraud and corruption that has happened in pharmaceutical industry. And if you don't know that, I don't know what rock you're living under. Like, we are not all conspiracy theorists. In fact, we're all really bright and have done a lot of research. And we've been healthy throughout this. We've cared for people. And it's so discouraging to see that there hasn't been discussion about things like what people are talking about, vitamin D and iodine and vitamin C and all these different types of things. It's just disappointing. We need other people on giving health recommendations besides just these people that have been trained by the AMA. And I would like to share a quote that I thought was so great. Sorry, it's by George Bernard Shaw. And what he said was, let's see here. Sorry, I'm slow. Let's see here. Oh, I lost it. Sorry, guys. Basically, he said that talking to a butcher about the benefits of vegetarianism is like talking to a doctor about vaccines. They're going to push them.
You have
That's all
30
that they were
seconds.
taught. 30 seconds, is that what you said? Okay, that's all that they were taught in medical school. So I think we need to be re-looking at all of this, but to say that my kid has to put, and he's going back and he doesn't mind, they don't mind. You know, they'll be submissive. I mean, I just can't fathom why you're doing this. And it is going to have permanent damage. And I look forward to sharing the study with you. And I hope that you can get it to these doctors so that they can read it and maybe open their mind that this is just
Your time is up.
absolutely absurd. All right.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back for final public comment here in the room and then transition to public comment online. But we'll take a 5-minute break and come back at 10 till 9. Back a couple of minutes late. There was a line for the ladies' room, but we are back now. Do we have any additional public comment from here in the courthouse? Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Russ Livingston. I'm a Douglas County resident. Shannon Reed, you might recall that you called me on a Saturday evening. You were campaigning, and you campaigned in the most heartfelt way. You swayed me to vote for you. I stand before my constituents here, my county members here, And I tell them that I voted for you. I voted with confidence for you. Okay. And I appeal to you to make the proper decision here. All of these people have come here tonight and expressed their opinion. And they're against this for very, very good reasons. And I myself have read a lot of those reasons. I've tried to find reasons not to believe those reasons, but things keep leading me down a path that tell me that the science that is being practiced by these bureaucrats who have not practiced medicine in 40 years telling us how we should behave is wrong. It's just wrong. And I will appeal to you and say to you this, that there's a very brilliant man. He's an investor up in Nebraska. You might know him. His name is Warren Buffett, and he has a counterpart, Mr. Charlie Munger, and he says, if you show me the incentive, I will show you the outcome. We have over 10 new billionaires in the pharmaceutical industry as a result of these decisions that were made by bureaucrats who have never practiced medicine or even seen a board certification in 40 years. I urge you to deeply consider how corrupt this is at this point at this juncture in society. These drugs are being pushed onto people. They're not medically reviewed, and they have not been FDA approved. And you might recall, I'm a landlord. We had a long conversation about that. The CDC, from my understanding, is not a governmental agency. It has no authority to say to me that my tenants and I have a contractual obligation that they can then enter into. There's many things at play here that cause a lot of feelings among people. And that for me is very important because I have to try to provide high quality housing. I have to be paid for it. And the government can't step in and interfere with that contractual obligation. So I ask you, you got my vote. I'm asking you, I'm here now asking you, please listen to your citizens out here telling you
You have 30
about their
seconds.
loved ones and how they feel. And please vote your conscience here. Thank you for your time.
Seeing no other public comment in the courtroom, we will turn to public comment online. Again, just to remind folks online, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function in Zoom, and we will move you into the meeting for public comment.
Commissioner, our first public comment online is listed as Dana. Dana, I'll be moving you into the panel. Go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your public comment. Dana?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just want to say thank you guys for your time. And I know that it seems like it's been very one way. I understand what you guys are doing and why you're doing it. And it's kind of the do it all. It's not just the mask, it's the hand washing, the social distancing and all that. And you're trying to protect the kids. I agree with all of that, but my only concern is the 2 to 5, it's a lot to ask for a toddler to wear a mask. We try, but it's usually not successful. And then most of the time it spins with her touching her face, which makes me a little bit more worried that with her touching her face and like putting her hands in her mouth, then it's happening more often with a mask. But again, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and that's really all I have.
Our next public comment is going to come from Preston. Go ahead, Preston.
Yes, hello. Sorry, I didn't hear. Did you call me in?
Yes, you can provide your public comment now.
Yes, thank you. Yes, hello. My name is Preston Decker, 2509 Allison Drive. I'm a doctoral student at KU and also a college instructor at a college up in Atchison. I require masks in my own classes. I'm vaccinated. I require my 2.5-year-old to wear masks in public places such as stores, and I very much support a reasonable mandate for most children in non-educational public places and probably for elementary schools as well. And I greatly respect the guidance the Commission, Mr. Partridge, Dr. Schrimzer, and Dr. Marcelino have provided throughout the pandemic. I'm a bit puzzled, however, regarding the current structure of the mandate in a way that includes 2 to 5-year-olds, and especially in a way that requires daycare centers to enforce mask wearing in the classroom. This is not to say I'm wholly opposed to the requirement in principle. In particular, if the Commission has received a large number of requests from daycare teachers asking for such a mandate, I'm in favor of it. But, and with the caveat that I missed the last meeting, as I understand it, this measure is being implemented more as a public health measure than to aid daycare teachers. As such, I am a bit puzzled and have several questions to pose. First, my understanding is that 2 to 5-year-old children, and especially 2 to 3-year-olds, benefit from watching mouth movements to aid in development. Is there a clear preponderance of local pediatricians who believe that the health benefits of such a policy outweigh the risks to toddler development? Secondly, our daycare center just sent us a preliminary schedule for what will happen if the mandate is implemented. Once exclusions are made for eating and sleeping, it looks as if 50 to 60% of indoor time would be maskless because of eating and sleeping, with only 2 to 3 hours a day of mask use. If the children are breathing each other's air for 4 hours a day without masks, is there a benefit to the mask use for the other 3 hours? It took our son until he was 2 years and 2 months before he would wear a mask. Previous mask mandates in the county have always begun at 5 years old. Should the decision to start at 2 years, 1 day, and not 5 years for this one be reconsidered? Thirdly, and as an educator who requires masks, if most daycare teachers want masks, I support this mandate for daycares, but I find it equally likely that many teachers are worried about the idea of enforcing a mask for 2 to 5-year-olds. Have daycare teachers been surveyed? And finally, it is my understanding that trust is the most important aid for public health. Does an overly expansive mandate, including daycares for 2 to 5-year-olds, undermine public trust for public health? Would it be best to wait on this mandate for daycares until and unless cases rise above their numbers from last year, especially since this mandate was not implemented last year? As someone who generally supports masks, I truly worry that this mandate as currently written will make many much more skeptical about future mandates. If the Commission has carefully considered the above questions and still believes the mandate is necessary, I certainly understand and perhaps even agree if the mandate is passed and includes daycares and 2 to 5-year-olds. But if full consideration has not been given to the above, I respectfully suggest that the mandate be amended to exclude 2 to 5-year-olds at preschools for the time being, and perhaps to consider the 2 years, 1 day lower limit for the mandate. I want to close by again thanking the Commission, Mr. Partridge, Dr. Schrimzer, and Dr. Marcelino for your efforts. In my estimation, Lawrence, Kansas has done a well above average job in handling this pandemic compared to most counties around the country, and I will continue to believe this regardless of your decision on the mandate today. So thank you all very, very much.
Our next public comment will come from Dick. I'm going to move you into the panel. And you can go ahead and provide your public comment if you unmute.
Okay. I should be coming on, right? There I am. Gets my messy hair and all. Sorry. My name is Dick Powers. I'm a public school teacher here in Eudora. I firmly support the mandate. I am extremely concerned about about unmasked kids in my school. Until they're vaccinated, I appreciate everything you guys have done, and I really support the mandate. I'm sorry you've had to put up with a lot of abuse tonight from other people, and it did appear like it's very one-sided. Believe me, there are a lot of people who support the mandate. If you see the need to raise it up to maybe a higher age, I understand that. But my granddaughter's 2 years old, and she's had to wear a mask in Virginia, and she's been fine about it. So I appreciate everything you guys have done. I appreciate you're listening to me when I've sent you emails and responding to me. So I just want to say I really appreciate everything you've done. I support the mandate. I'm concerned. You know, in Eudora, they have waited. They say they're waiting until there is an outbreak before they want to do anything. That's what the school board says there. And that you don't wait for an outbreak. You know, you take care of it before the outbreak happens. And so that's why I support this mandate. It's something that can be done to stop things from getting worse. So thank you very much.
Our next public comment is from Justin. Justin, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Justin Clark. I'm a Lawrence resident, and I'm the Menard Family Professor of Philosophy and Ethics at Ottawa University. And the views I'm expressing here are my own and not those of my employer. I have degrees in development studies and philosophy from UC Berkeley and a PhD from the University of Kansas. I'd like to register my unequivocal opposition to resolution number 2128. So allow me to explain. A recent Johns Hopkins study evaluated 48,000 children under 18 diagnosed with COVID-19. Of those, 335 children died with a COVID diagnosis in their record. Note that this means they died with a COVID diagnosis, not that COVID was the causal factor in their death. Of those 335 that died, all had serious comorbidities such as leukemia. This data indicates that while children with comorbidities ought to take precautions, healthy children face a risk factor that is statistically 0. Second, a review on the literature on mask and respiratory efficacy was published by the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, authored by Drs. Lisa Brousseau and Margaret Sietsema, both of whom are experts on respiratory protection. They find that N95 respirators provide some protection against airborne pathogens such as COVID-19, but that cloth and surgical masks provide negligible protection, and what protection these cloth and surgical masks do provide is highly contingent on mask fit. Now, the current proposal concerns mandating masks for ages 2 to 11. Having witnessed children wearing masks, I can assure you that they are not wearing N95s, which are usually produced for an adult-sized face. They're also not wearing masks that are fitted well. Since cloth and surgical masks only provide the very limited protection that they can afford when they are well fitted, it is safe to conclude that putting these masks on our children will have no measurable reduction in risk. Third, masks cost money, and this will disproportionately affect low-income families. But there are other costs. Masks irritate, they inhibit respiration, and they are bacterial petri dishes. And most importantly, in my opinion, they muzzle small children and prevent them from picking up on facial cues. I have a son with autism spectrum disorder. Eye contact and facial recognition are difficult for my son. He also simply will not wear a mask. I'm sure we'll qualify for some kind of medical exemption, and so we won't have to comply. But this will impose a significant cost on families whose children are merely ornery, like children usually are. So this policy imposes a real cost on an extremely vulnerable population, children. The justification for this cost is supposed to be that it reduces risk to those same children, but the problem is that this risk is already statistically 0 and so can't be meaningfully reduced. Worse, the method proposed to reduce these risks, cloth and surgical masks, wouldn't meaningfully reduce this risk even if that risk were larger than 0. I urge you to strike down resolution 2128 because it is imprudent, illogical, and unethical. Thank you.
Our next public comment comes from Tim. Go ahead, Tim. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tim Gallagher, and I'm a Lawrence resident. 1 year ago, the KDHE published a deceptive chart about mask mandates and case counts. That chart purported to show mask mandate counties had fewer cases. The chart lied in the way that it displayed trends by artificially limiting the early data. The chart lied in its use of a double axis. And then Dr. Lee Norman, while on a video conference showing the chart, lied and said that the chart showed mask mandates were working, when in reality, mask mandate-free counties had fewer cases. And speaking of cases, that's all we hear about, cases, cases, cases. And it seems that we have more of a case-demic than an actual pandemic. Tonight, we heard one of the doctors mention how cases are at a plateau. Then moments later, another doctor told us that case counts are rising. Which is it? Wherefore art thou, truth? My 10-year-old daughter told me recently, I'm tired of everyone looking at me and treating me like I'm sick and going to make them sick or kill them. To everyone who has spoken tonight passionately, I want to say, Don't wait until the next election. Circulate a recall petition. Recall all of them. To the board tonight, I want to say, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And I'm here to give you the news. It's obvious that you do not have the consent of the governed. I do not consent. I will not comply, and I will never make my beautiful young daughters wear a mask. Thank you.
Our next public comment is coming from, it says Galaxy S205G. You can go ahead and provide your public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Monica Childers. I actually live in Perry, Kansas, but my daughter is 7 years old. She attends Lecompton Elementary School in Douglas County. My daughter has Down syndrome. She has a compromised immune system. This last year and a half has been hard for everyone. My daughter, though, has had her healthiest year of her life. During last year, they had more days in school with masks than online school. My daughter wore her mask with no issues. She never had her winter cold that turned into RSV. She never got the flu like she has every other year of her life. The only difference this last year is mask wearing, hand washing, and social distancing. All three of these together has helped our children stay safe and healthier. We all understand that COVID-19 hasn't affected our children very much, but the Delta variant, it's way more contagious. It's different. It isn't necessarily COVID that is going to kill you, but you may end up with permanent damage for the rest of your life. Does my daughter struggle with speech with a mask? Yes. Does it make it harder for others to hear her? Yes. Does it make it more difficult to always understand others around her? Yes. But I would rather my daughter struggle a little more for a while longer while staying healthy and here on this earth with me. This isn't a permanent fixture on our faces. My daughter will be vaccinated as soon as she is able. She will continue to wear a mask until the doctors that I work with, including Dr. Scrimshire, and those that have studied COVID-19 and the Delta variant tell me that my daughter is safe to go without one. I dare any one of you, people that are included in this conversation and everyone in the community, to spend 2 weeks in a healthcare worker's shoes. See and experience on a daily basis what they are going through. You have a very important decision to make, and I really hope that you'll listen to the medical professionals, not just what the parents are wanting. Children have done a great job with mask wearing. It's not the children that are struggling with them, it's the adults. I agree that maybe enforcing 5 and above, like the last mandate, is more manageable, but I do think that a mask mandate is necessary to protect our children, and our medical professionals should be the ones that are helping to decide those, not parents. Thank you.
Our next public comment comes from Emily. Emily, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Emily Bodeker. I am a Douglas County resident and I'm a public school teacher here in town. First, I just kind of want to say I'm really happy to see the large amount of pro-choice Kansans in this room today. Honestly, it's a little refreshing and I'm looking forward to us electing some pro-choice candidates coming up in some statewide elections. I'm speaking to you this evening as an educator. Now, some of you might not know that if you are an educator, you're also a mandated reporter. Now, I know the word mandate here is a little crazy, but if you don't know what that means, it means that if I witness child abuse, I am mandated and obligated to report it as I see it at my job. I will tell you, I have reported child abuse. It's horrific. To witness kids who are abused is horrific. I'm here to tell you that a child wearing a mask at school is absolutely not child abuse. And for someone to say that it is, I feel like you really need to check your privilege. To the parents here tonight that are against this mandate, I invite you to consider that while you might know what is best for your kid, and I agree that you do kind of know what's best for your kid, you also need to recognize that you do not know what is best for the child they sit next to in class every day. Have you been in a classroom with masked kids? I can tell you I have. I teach 18 classes of kids in various grade levels every week. Those kids do just fine wearing a mask. They're seeing facial expressions because you are not actually covering up your entire face with a mask, contrary to popular belief. They are also communicating. You can also get masks that have clear panels so you can see your mouth, especially if you have a child that has speech issues. And then again, just want to point out that a child, if you don't want your child to see people in masks, are you masking at home? You should be able, like if you are not masking at home, your child is seeing people unmasked, so that is not part of the problem. I will say that kids are able to be masked, and because they are doing that, they are learning to take care of their classmates as part of the greater good. They're showing respect to their community by doing their part to keep everyone safe. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's absolutely appalling to hear others in this forum compare public health to Japanese internment. I'm also not going to go into detail about my grandmother being denied medical care because there were absolutely no beds in the Kansas City metro due to COVID positive patients. But you know what I am going to say? I'm going to tell you that as a teacher in this town, I'm going to continue to teach kids to do the right thing and to care about each other. Because of this belief, I will continue to wear my mask at school. I am also vaccinated, and my child, who's not able to be vaccinated because she's under the age of 12, will continue to wear hers until it is safe. As we continually hear about school districts with massive amounts of quarantines and outbreaks and even deaths, I will wear my mask because in the end, I would have rather been too cautious than sorry. Thank you so much for your time, Commission. You're doing some good work. I support the mandate.
Our next public comment is going to come from, it says user 785207. You should be able to unmute and provide your public comment. One more time. Oh, there you go.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Jeff. I am a Douglas County resident. I've wanted to live in Lawrence my entire adult life since I was a kid because I always called it an oasis in Kansas. Lawrence has long been what I call home. I have always been impressed with this town as to its richness of culture, the diversity of the people that it has, the restaurants that I'm able to go to and experience new things. This mask mandate will destroy most, if not all of that. You guys who still think that masks are okay can still wear them. But you aren't satisfied with just being able to wear them for yourself. You're not satisfied with being able to protect yourself. You have to make us protect you, or so you think. At this point, if you believe that masks are a solution, as opposed to living a healthier life, having a proper diet, exercising, getting out in the sun, if you think that is not better than a mask, and you put all of your energy into this mask as opposed to living a better life and avoiding the sickness altogether that way, therapeutically, through living a better life, then you are either willfully ignorant or you are complicit. You make us wear this mask now with those two conditions being on the table. Perhaps you will be wearing something you are forced to wear in the future, including handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit. Think about that. Make the right choice. Do not force your views on the freedom of other people.
Our next public comment comes from Donna Ginther. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, I want to thank the commission for listening to what I have felt has been a lot of abuse when it comes to asking people to protect the public good. And so I want to share a few bits of data and some research, some of it that I've actually done about the efficacy of masks. So what do the data show? According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, 18% of new cases last week were in children. 2% of those children are hospitalized. That's a 14-fold increase in this country of the number of children with COVID. So children are now getting COVID, and it's very frightening. Second of all, if we looked at the data in Douglas County, about 20,000 children are unvaccinated. So they're at risk of getting COVID. In terms of the research, I've written a paper about the efficacy of masks in the state of Kansas. We show that counties that had a mask mandate had lower cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. There was another study in Mortality and Morbidity Weekly that found that masks bent the curve of COVID cases. There's a paper in JAMA in February that summarized all the research. Masks work. The Brosseau paper research that was cited by previous people was an editorial from over a year ago and had no data behind it. It was an opinion piece. So that's not research. So masks work. So what do we have? We have your choice to promote the public good, because COVID, unfortunately, is contagious and children spread it. A new paper out in JAMA Pediatrics this week shows that toddlers and infants are more likely to spread COVID than teenagers. So putting the mask mandate for younger ages may be warranted. You're being asked to weigh the risks and make some trade-offs. If anything, I would argue that the entire county should have a mask mandate, not just children 2 through 12, because mandates work. We have a lot of COVID in the community, and we have a lot of people at risk. Thank you for your time, and thank you for looking out for the public good.
Our next public comment comes from Kim. Kim, we'll move you into the panel. Give us just a second. There you go. Go ahead and unmute Kim. Kim?
Yep, there it is. And actually, it's showing up as my partner. My name is Carrie Barton, and I am a resident of Douglas County. And I am, well, one, really impressed with the city coming out and showing their support for parents. And I would like to discuss the science. It's shown that children really are not at risk for COVID-19. We're risking their mental, social, and educational development by requiring their masks to be worn. While children can contract COVID, the American Academy of Pediatrics stated as of August 12th this year, 43 states have reported children were 0.00% to 0.25% of all COVID-19 deaths, and 7 states recorded 0 children deaths. The CDC has reported flu-related deaths of children for the 2019 to 2020 year. The most current data we have is between 37 to 199. The number is also reported to likely be an undercount. So the CDC estimates the actual number of flu-related deaths in children that season were likely 434 when accounting for rates of influenza testing amounts of children and deaths outside of a hospital that may have been less likely to be recognized as the flu. So where were the masks in 2019 to 2020 prior to COVID-19 coming out? Nowhere. They were not wearing them. Furthermore, this mandate is in violation of Kansas Statute Article 5360-5305, the exercise of First Amendment rights. This statute states will not impair the fundamental right of every parent to control the care and custody of such parents' minor children, including but not limited to control over education, discipline, religious and moral instruction, health, medical care, welfare, place of habitation, counseling, sociological and psychological, emotional well-being of such minor children as set forth in the laws and Constitution of the state of Kansas and of the United States. I will not mask my children. I will fight this mandate because the government does not control how I parent my children. As long as they are fed, housed, and not abused, the government does not control my parental rights. This mandate is overreaching and out of control. Thank you very much.
Our next public comment comes from Susan. Go ahead, Susan. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. I would like to say that would ask you to please vote no to mandatory masking. I believe that masks are more harmful than good, and we do not know the psychological, long-lasting effects on young children. I am also a substitute teacher in this district, in this county, working in Eudora, Perry-Lecompton, Lawrence, and Baldwin City. Young children do not need to be masked. I'm not against masks per se, but I am against mandating them. Parents have the right to choose for their children. And I believe that parents are smart enough to make that decision, and they are allowed to decide whether their children wear masks or not wear masks. And that's what I have to say. So please vote no against this mandate.
Our next public comment comes from Tammy. I moved, there she is. Go ahead, Tammy. You can unmute.
Hi, I'm Tammy Truss. I live in Douglas County, and I just wanted to go on the record for supporting the mandate and want to thank Dr. Scrimshire and Dr. Marcelina for all their hours of hard work in protecting our community. And I would like to go on the record for thanking the hospitalists and the nurses at Lawrence Memorial for caring for all of the COVID patients. That's all I have.
Our next public comment comes from Stephen. Stephen, you're being moved into the panel, and you can now unmute and provide your public comment.
Yes, hello. My name is Stephen Huffman. I'm a student at Free State High School, and I urge that you vote no. I've been appalled at the handling of this situation by our leaders, and these people are elected, not put in place by someone else. So you owe us what we asked for and what we voted for. I assume you guys are pro-choice when it comes to issues like abortion, where that is the ending of a human life form. That's a whole nother argument that I'm not going to get into right now. But if you're pro-choice on that, you should be pro-choice on a mask. And if you're not, I just cannot understand that. And it's illogical and it's contradictory. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Our next public comment comes from Ward. Go ahead, Ward.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you. Did you?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So my name is Ward Lyles. I'm an associate professor in public affairs and administration at the University of Kansas, although I speak for myself here. My expertise is in the handling of disasters. I spoke with you last week. I also do work and research and trainings on around emotional labor for public servants. So I want to make sure to emphasize my thanks to the doctors, the folks, the commissioners, all the staff that are there in the building. You may sadly be exposing yourself to physical risk, right, by being there today. So thank you for taking that on for our community. I also want to thank the other people that stayed and spoke in person there. Unfortunately, many arguments based on basically false information have been circulated such that our legislature and governors across the country have been making policies that tie one hand behind our backs to manage the pandemic. We at the University of Kansas have a part of our toolbox constrained from us. To keep our county safe, you are in the position, the county commissioners, to do the most to help keep us safe. We need to be proactive. We know that in the last month, we've seen more than a doubling of active cases. We've heard plenty of information and data about the rising risks. Those things happened before we had 10,000 or so KU students return, that's the estimate of those that are unvaccinated. My child who is unvaccinated does not have a problem wearing an N95 mask, does just fine with it. And if anything, the child just wants to get their vaccine so they can move on. One of the things that's really disheartening, and I think some of it's how we do public meetings with the 3 minutes where people get up and yell, but one of the things that is just disheartening right now at this moment in time as somebody who looks at public processes is how much anger people feel because they're really, really scared. And people are scared for lots of different reasons, but they're directing their anger, many folks, I think, at the wrong people. So again, commissioners, health officials, thank you for being in there. Thank you especially to the physicians and the other healthcare workers who are not only bearing this public attacks, but also, thank you, are also in there keeping people healthy. Thank you. That is to say, I support the mandate, and if any fit for all adults, please.
Our next public comment comes from Carolyn. Go ahead, Carolyn, you can unmute.
Hi, thank you so much for your work and thank you for your time. I am just going to speak briefly to support a mask mandate, not only for children right now, the mask mandate that you're considering, but also ask you to consider a mask mandate for the county, given the rapid spread of the variant and what we know about the effectiveness of masks, which is to say that, we know that masks work. So thank you for your work. That's all I have.
Our next public comment will come from Virginia. Virginia, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Hello, Virginia here. I spoke with you last week. I'm mother in Baldwin City. I have an 9-year-old boy, and he just started yesterday, and he is one of 4 masked kids in his classroom of 22. It's very concerning sending him to class, and I'm concerned for the community as well. I also have 3-year-old twins who will start tomorrow at the preschool. They both have IEPs for speech and participated in preschool last year for 2 months. I was a lot more comfortable sending them to school last year with the mitigation processes that were in place, and they thrived. Even wearing a mask, the staff went above and beyond and took extra measures for helping them with their IEPs. And they did great with their speech and social skills, being new to the environment and mask. And I am just really thankful for the time of the commissioners and listening, and the time of the health board and all the work that's been gone together to put this mandate in place. And I'm in a lot of support. It's been a difficult situation at our school board meetings and within the community as well. Parents are not wanting to comply with testing and proper quarantine and all of that. So this extra layer of protection with the mask really just helps settle things for the community, I think. And again, just appreciate your time. Again, I was in the courtroom earlier this evening and didn't feel safe, and decided to come on home and speak to you guys tonight. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Our next public comment comes from Sarah. Sarah, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Steinbach. I live at 2702 Rawhide Lane. And I just want to say thank you for everyone who's willing to speak tonight, but I just want to put my vote in. I want to say no to the mask mandate. I'm a mother of a 4-month-old and I'm afraid for his future. I'd rather not see kids his age when he goes in school wearing masks. Children shouldn't have masks on. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but it is child abuse. I am a parent. I did work in the medical field and I know what it's like. Not being able to breathe for 8 hours a day is not okay. Children's lungs are not developed either. Children's lungs at 2 and up are not fully developed. So putting a mask on them is going to hurt their breathing. Talk about the kids who have learning disabilities, who thrive with facial expression. They need the facial expression to see with smiles. That's what they thrive on. I can go more into detail about that, but I think you get the gist. I'm no on masks. And also I do not consent. I will not apply, and my child and my family will not be wearing a mask. I do support families who choose to wear the mask. All I ask is let the parents make the choice. Do not make this a mandate. As a parent, we should have the choice. Thank you and have a nice night. I don't know how to leave this. How do I leave?
Our next public comment will come from MTK. You can go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike Kennedy. I'm a Baldwin City resident. My views are my own and do not represent anybody else. I'm simply amazed, really, really amazed at, I don't know if you call it ignorance or blind faith in some of our public officials that places prophylactic faith in unregulated masks that are not medical devices. I ask these same people, do you have the same fervent faith in infomercials or gas station promotionals trying to sell you unapproved supplements to increase your testosterone or enhance your libido or your so-called size or promise massive weight loss? These are not medical devices. They're not approved. You're worshiping a false idol here. You can wear it. I'm not opposed to you wearing it. I'm opposed to you saying that I have to wear it or my children have to wear it. As others have mentioned tonight, poorly fitting masks by children, by kids who are not healthcare professionals and don't have the proper procedures to wear the mask, put it on, put it off, or constantly touching it, who are wearing it for months at a time without washing it. Do you really think this will work? These things work to avoid any possible infection? I think not. It's ridiculous to say that we should be mandating these things on kids with such poor practices. Now, I'm a scientist by training. I have a PhD in chemical engineering. I've worked in laboratories that require masks to protect you from contaminants. They go through a lengthy process of checking your lung function before you put a mask on to make sure that you're not going to pass out over an 8-hour workday. They do fitting tests to make sure you can't smell certain things or taste certain things through N95 masks. All these things are important to ensure protection. And these are particles that are much, much larger than virus or spittle or whatever you call it. To have faith in these cloth masks or these masks that are made out of plastic and in China and are polluting our oceans is ridiculous. It's ridiculous to think that those are somehow going to have a net positive effect, especially if you consider that this variant is perhaps 500 times more or 1,000 times more prevalent in nasal passages of people. So I ask you, do not mandate masks on kids, do not mandate masks on the county in general. Let people make their choice. If they believe in this hocus pocus, then let them do it. If they don't, let them live free. I've lived free for a year and a half. We've done everything we've wanted to do as a family to the ability, and we have not suffered a COVID case in our family. Thank you.
Our next public comment comes from Jessica. Jessica, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Slightly.
Okay, can you hear me better?
A little bit, maybe speak up just a little bit more.
Is this better?
Much better, thank you.
No problem. Sorry about that. I was outside, so my kids didn't hear the meeting. I just want to say I'm a Baldwin City resident. I also work for a prominent business in Lawrence, and I have 3 children. I have a 13-year-old. I have a 11-year-old that just started junior high, and I have a first grader, a 6-year-old. They are all in very different developmental ages. I completely understand where people would need to wear a mask. We advocate it for work because we predominantly deal with the younger age group and we want to keep them safe as a business. But as a mandate for everybody, I feel that the mandate for masks should be distributed on the percentages based on the actual school district versus the county as a whole. I know that Lawrence numbers are rising, and that is very scary for me as a person who literally makes the decisions and rolls those logistics out for our business. But in Baldwin, our numbers are very low. And I feel that as an individual town, that needs to come into account somewhere, and that it's not just a county-wide mandate. As far as the vaccine goes, COVID is the flu. The flu is just another name for it, just like the bird flu, the swine flu, and anything else. If you're not going to mandate that everybody get a flu shot, I don't feel that we should be mandating this vaccine, especially one that is not FDA approved. I happen to see something where some 4th booster shot is FDA approved for the immunocompromised. I happen to be one of those people that is immunocompromised. Getting this vaccine is very scary for me for my own health. I'm a single mom of 3 children. So why is the 4th booster and not the 2 to 3 that you need to get before that are FDA approved? That is my biggest question at this point. I am not against the vaccine, and I am not against masking. You do what you need to do to respect the people around you, but the choice to do those things and mandating them should be within your individual rights. Thank you so much for your time and the exhausting amount of hours that you're spending listening to all of us. Thank you so much.
Our next public comment comes from Dorothy. Dorothy, go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dorothy Daly, and I'm a resident of Douglas County. I also happen to work at KU, and I have a postdoc in population health. I am speaking just for myself, and I want to thank you all for your public service. These are unprecedented times, and I really appreciate all of the work that you've been doing to keep the county safe. This has become a pandemic of the unvaccinated, and right now that means mostly kids. So I am really concerned by what I'm seeing in Douglas County. We've got a a doubling of cases in a short window of time. And fundamentally, we don't have schools in session right now. We don't have universities in session, but we're on the verge of doing that. So we have a perfect storm potentially coming together. We don't have a lot of tools to use to try and keep the unvaccinated kids safe. Masks are one of those tools. I definitely support the mask mandate. I encourage you to pass it. I encourage you to make it a mandate for the county as a whole. But definitely, I think one of the more important things is to have children in schools vaccinated to protect them. Again, this is something that the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends, the CDC recommends, and there's a lot of good evidence, social scientific evidence, that a mask mandate works, even if it is not widely enforced or able to be widely enforced. Just the presence of a mandate has a really important institutional signal, and that'll make a difference. We don't yet know what COVID does to people over the long term. I would much, much rather err on the side of safety and keep children from being infected with a virus that may have life stage consequences. Again, I want to thank you for your service. I know these are really difficult meetings, and I know these are difficult issues to grapple with. I think operating from the knowledge that this is a pandemic for the unvaccinated at this point, and knowing that we cannot mandate vaccines right now, but we can do something rather simple to encourage behavioral change that keeps the unvaccinated, kids under 12, safer from contracting COVID. Thank you again.
Our next public comment comes from Sean. Sean, go ahead and unmute.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sean Jackson. I'm a double board certified physician here in Lawrence. My wife is a COVID ICU nurse in Kansas City. We certainly believe the COVID pandemic is real. The real reason I'm here is mostly to speak on behalf of my disagreement and my wife's disagreement on mandating masks for 2-year-olds and preschool children. Basically, you know, with SARS-CoV-2 being an aerosol spread virus, it's silly to think that a child would be protected if they were wearing a mask, just a simple mask, if a teacher who was vaccinated wasn't wearing a mask. As you know, even vaccinated people can spread this virus. I'm not a fan of masking for elementary age students. We did it last year. We did it all last year. We'll comply. We've got a 7-year-old. He'll do fine, but I'm not a fan of it. He became depressed during the early part of the pandemic, and we were really worried, just like everybody else. And then we started to look at the data on actual risk, and we believe that his risk is extremely low. And I believe that his risk continues to be extremely low. I don't think that data has changed a whole lot. I spent the last month really looking at this, and I think a lot of these things will come out retrospectively. I think there are things about this mask mandate that really seem to demonstrate a lack of concern for COVID, mainly that we're mandating for the least at-risk population. I don't understand why there are exemptions for places like churches and restaurants, where we're making the assumption that you can't breathe this stuff in the air. It's known that it is an aerosol spread virus. I basically just want to recommend a nuanced approach. You cannot mandate for preschool children. You cannot mandate for 2-year-olds. It's inhumane. Our child was depressed. It was awful. I understand the difficulty. This is real. It's a real problem. Lots of people have died. I don't doubt those things. I just think that for this young age, group. It requires a retooling of a mandate. And basically you just have to really ask the question, can you really only have an effective mandate for one part of the population? What does it tell a child when we say that they are mandated to wear a mask, but adults are not? I'll leave it there. I think there's been plenty of other discussion.
Our next public comment comes from Jessica. Jessica, you can unmute and provide public comment.
Hi, my name is Jessica. My pronouns are she, hers, and hers, and I am a blonde-headed white woman with a gray shirt and black yoga pants. I want to thank you for your tireless efforts in keeping your patients during so many versatile comments. I have worked in healthcare for over 20 years. One comment stated that these doctors are not researchers. Frankly, that is quite insulting because the physicians I know do their research and stay current with scientific studies and evidence-based medicine. These people are specialists. They do not work for pharma. They are trying to keep people safe. People who do their research, I would like to see their journal impact factors and resources, as it sounds like limited support. I have 4 children. While thankfully one was able to be vaccinated, I have 3 that are not yet vaccinated, and I look forward to the day when they can be. They don't mind masking, and they see it as a part of their outfit. It's their safety, and it's for them and for people around them. Their mental state has not been affected. They have been wearing them since the beginning of the pandemic, and it is part of the norm until we are able to be safe without them. As I said, I worked in healthcare for over 20 years. I also have seen the past 18 months the burnout of healthcare workers. We are not where we were during the first peak of the pandemic. People are being turned away due to staff shortages and burnout. And the majority of beds that are inpatient are not vaccinated. We don't have the resources we once did. We work every day to be one another's cheerleaders and to keep going. Delta is affecting both vaccinated and unvaccinated people. It's a simple request that is being completely blown out of proportion in regards to patient rights. For those who are being irrational about masks, will it come to you or a loved one getting sick when you start to believe the doctors? Will it take someone you love being on a vent or dying, in your opinion, to change? For those who, quote unquote, get sick and have been just fine, we do not know the long-term effects that will happen when it comes if there are health issues later because you didn't wear a mask. Just blows my mind at the recklessness regarding a simple step that doesn't have to last forever if people would stop going rogue and just comply. My 10-year-old asked me how long this will last. We discussed the 7-year plague. This may go on as long as that if people don't take simple steps. 7 years, a cycle. Imagine that. It's a simple request. What is alarming to me is that people are trying to keep masks out of school more than they are guns. I fully support the mask mandate and applaud Dr. Scrimsher and Marcelino, as well as the others involved on this call for their tireless efforts when they are being beat down by people who have YouTube research degrees and are not the experts.
Our next public comment comes from Yvonne. Yvonne, go ahead.
I want to first thank all the commissioners and the public health officials here tonight for listening to all of the different comments coming from so many various perspectives. As an educator at the University of Kansas in the School of Journalism and Mass Communications, I'm sharing my personal opinion. My opinion does not represent KU's opinion. As an educator, I can feel like I was being abused alongside you. I can feel the anger, but I also try to be empathetic and understanding. I try to understand where different opinions might be coming from. And I want to be open-minded because that's exactly what I want my college students to do, to be able to come to a public forum and share their perspective, but with respect, with compassion, and with understanding, because we know if we can share our thoughts in a way that's understanding and compassionate, perhaps it will be easier to just figure things out together so we can work together, so we can thrive together. I heard a number of different perspectives and I respect a lot of different opinions being shared, but there are a few things I want to highlight with regard to mask mandate. And I want to go out and say that I do support But I also acknowledge this is a very complicated issue. I do not deny that. I do not deny how difficult it might be for parents to put a mask on the 2-year-old. I do not deny that. And I know that it must be very difficult for school teachers to try to navigate and try to manage all the different children at a very different level. As a researcher of media literacy, and especially about misinformation and mindfulness trainings, I understand that amount of rumors and myths out there that could impact people and sway people from one way to the other. When it comes to students' learning capacities, we know that teachers could wear clear masks that will show the clear sign for students. We also know that 67% of parents, according to a recent Kaiser Family Foundation survey, supported masks in school. So it's really easy to say that I don't want my child to do this, but it's also important to try to understand what the children's parents might be thinking who are sitting next to your child right now. We also know that yes, perhaps students may feel awkward to wear their mask. So perhaps there are some suggestions out there to provide additional resources. So children of different ages could perhaps receive different resources, and their parents and guardians and school teachers can modify those things accordingly so we can make it a very understanding and perhaps equitable process. I also want to speak up for BIPOC communities, underserved communities, communities who are working so many different jobs that they could not make it tonight, or perhaps may not have stable internet access to share this conversation. I know that their voices may not be heard right now, and we know that COVID is impacting racial minorities so much more disproportionately than any other populations. Finally, we also know that Southeast Asian countries and East Asian countries, those children are going back to school right now. They're wearing masks. And we know that our children already fall behind in terms of science, reading, and math. So let's not let our students continue to fall behind academically. We can work together to provide additional resources for mental health perspective, for academic achievement perspective. Let's make our next generation healthier and healthier. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next public comment comes from Kelly. Sorry, Kelly, there you go. Kelly, go ahead and unmute. Kelly, you can unmute.
Okay. I have high concerns. I live in the Eudora school district, and my kiddos are going to school, and it's recommended for masks, but not required. We are following all the recommendations, although it is clear to me that the school district and parents are not following recommendations. I am a healthcare provider myself, and I'm highly concerned because during this whole thing, I listened to everybody's rants about the civil rights and whatnot, but not one time was it addressed about the children's safety and their safety when it comes down to the spread of this Delta variant. As we all know, even if you're vaccinated, you can still carry this, spread this variant, vaccinated or not. And so I am just wanting clarification, and I'm praying that you guys please pass this. I'm praying that you please pass this.
Our next public comment comes from Jessica. Jessica, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. I just want to say that our children are the future. They are not expendable. If our goal is to get kids back in school, why aren't we doing everything to protect them? Our children have the right and we have a duty to provide a safe learning environment where kids aren't neglectfully exposed to COVID. On behalf of Baldwin City's concerned educators and parents, we encourage the commission and the county health board to approve the proposed mask mandate. Thank you.
Our next public comment comes from M. All I see is M. You can go ahead and unmute and provide your public comment. M. Okay. Our next public comment comes from, oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm a parent in the Baldwin City School District. I have a daughter and a son that I have kept out of school because of the masking last year. I cannot express the damage to their education and the social adjustment issues that I've had with my daughter, who has cried so many times over losing her friends, being felt like she was being left out. She's been over the moon to be back at school for 2 days. For me to have to come back now to tell her that she's going to have to be pulled from school is heartbreaking. I have listened throughout the evening to the overwhelming number of people who are asking you to vote down this mandate to mask our children. And I have heard in each of the statements the frustration and the anger of this proposal. So what I wish to say to you and the gentleman from KU who said that this anger was a reaction to fear, let me tell you, this reaction is not one of fear. The reaction is one of oppression. The people are tired of asking for real, solid, peer-reviewed studies to support what your claims are, to put these kinds of mandates into practice because of information you're telling us is happening, but we cannot find the evidence to support it. In fact, in other studies, we're finding it's the exact opposite. The support for therapeutics like ivermectin, boosting the immune system with vitamin D and vitamin C and zinc are overwhelming. These policies that you're proposing are dangerous for our children. The reaction is not one of fear. The reaction is to the anger over their businesses being closed and losing their livelihoods. The reaction is not fear. The reaction is the government that's lying to us. This is not fear. This is a precursor to pushing a vaccination on our children and then to eventually mandate the vaccination for all of us. And we are pushing back. I completely agree with the people who feel like it is right for them to wear the mask. It is right for them to get the vaccination. I support that. But I also feel like it is our rights to allow us to choose that for ourselves. Allow us to choose what's right for our children and for ourselves. I implore you, please vote no to masking our children. Listen to the majority of the constituents tonight who are telling you they do not want this to go through. If you believe that you work for the people and that you're governing for the people, please vote accordingly. If you choose not to, if you go against what all of these people have overwhelmingly asked you to do, then I encourage all of the citizens that have come out in opposition of this mandate tonight to get together afterward and recall this government body because they are not serving who put them in place. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next public comment comes from Paul Dorothy. Paul, go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm good. I'm Paul Dorothy. I am the superintendent of schools for Baldwin City. Most certainly, I've been listening all evening. Most certainly, I know people are very well, the people are very divided on these decisions. And I do very appreciate that you have to do this evening and the tough decision you're going to have to make here. The one thing that I wanted to ask is if with the late hours here as we go, and I don't know how many more comments you're going to get, but I wanted to ask if the commission, if you approve this, and that I'd say if you approve this, if you would give more than 1 a.m. deadline to start this thing this morning, because we're almost there. I mean, and our teachers need a little more to get ready for this. I know that parents will be making decisions. So I ask if we can have a little more time on that. At least 24 hours. I'd love for it to go to Monday, but anyway, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me talk.
Our last public comment comes from Kelly. I'm sorry, I'm having a delay in moving Kelly over. Give me just a second. Okay, Kelly, go ahead and unmute and you can do public comment.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I already made my comments. We come from the Eudora School District and nobody is following recommendations, putting masks on their kids. And I am a healthcare worker. I follow.
Kelly, if you've already provided public comment, we're limiting public comment to 1 per person. So it was difficult for us to tell on Zoom. So thank you so much. Commissioners, I believe that's all we have.
I just want to confirm, because I know we have quite a few folks with us online. If anyone else online does want to make public comment, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Seeing no additional public comment, we will, seeing 1 additional public comment.
Denise, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Denise. I am also a Baldwin City resident, and I implore you with every ounce of my being not to make this mandate for our children. It makes 0 sense for these kids who are not wearing masks properly, who are taking them on and off, who are touching them all day long, who are wearing them improperly. They are not serving as a protective barrier. They just aren't. That barrier is one of comfort to those who feel like they need to do something more to protect from this pandemic. I understand this pandemic is real. I understand that people are getting sick, and not to diminish that. But this is not a proven effective method for children, especially ages 2 to 11, that this is going to do anything to protect them or anyone else. My children, I have an 8-year-old as a youngest, and my children come home with masks that are soaking wet, that have been chewed through, that are absolutely disgusting. And I would not want to, I don't even want to touch to put into the dirty laundry, let alone have it on a face and have my children be breathing through it all day long. The amount of bacteria and disgusting things that are in that are unfathomable. It does not make sense. You talk about reason and being rational, and those of us that don't want masks being irrational. It just does not make sense to mandate masking for 2 to 11-year-olds. Let families decide. If families want to mask, by all means, let them mask. Let them mask. Please mask. If that's what makes you feel safe, please mask. But for this to be a county mandate is not appropriate. And I ask you, I urge you, please do not make this a mandate. Otherwise, those of us that do not want this for our children are going to be looking at removing them from the
30
schools
seconds.
that we were so excited to get them in, that have started this week. So now you are limiting our options to make sure that our children are getting a quality education. And we need those options. Our kids need friends. They need that interaction. Thank you so much for your time and your efforts. Please, again, do not go forward with this mandate.
Our next public comment comes from Galaxy S9. I don't know if that's somebody that's already, it's not moving over, I'm sorry. Galaxy S9. You can unmute and provide public comment if you haven't already. I'm not getting an answer, so I'm going to move them back over. And I don't see any other public comments, commissioners.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just wanted to make a comment. My name is Dina. I'm a nurse, and I wanted to make a comment on quite a few things. I have a disabled daughter, and in regards to the mask mandate, I believe that it should be fully enforced, even though she's elderly, or not elderly, but I mean, she's still in the school system. She is high risk for a disability or developing blood clots due to COVID, due to numerous things that could happen to her. My entire family has spent every ounce of being uber protective of her for that reason, me being a nurse, even coming home and wearing a mask every single night, sleeping on a bed with a mask because I'm too concerned about infecting my daughter. So these other people's concerns about going to school and not wearing mask or not doing whatnot, I guess is what I want to say, is ridiculous. They have no idea who they're infecting. They have no idea who they may infect or may not infect. And I just wanted to have my 2 cents put in, and I hope that it's appreciated. I appreciate everything that you guys do for the evening. This was a long sessions. I've watched it the entire evening, and I do appreciate it.
Commissioners, that's our final public comment.
Thank you. The conclusion of public comment, we will bring this back for discussion. I do want to give our public health colleagues a chance to respond to any of the questions that they heard here today or any of the comments before we bring it back for commissioner discussion. Dr. Scrimshire or Dr. Marcelino? do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think I've listened to everybody, every word, watched everybody speak. I understand their passion and their concerns. I respect their opinions. This is a very difficult decision. We don't know what's going to happen in the next month. So we have to try to make the best decision for our community, for our kids, for our schools. I don't eloquently speak all the time, but my opening statements, I talked about protecting the kids. Maybe I didn't speak far enough or discuss enough about other issues that come into play with masking of children. But the big thing is preventing transmission throughout our community. But also equally important is keeping the kids in school. I do have children, and I do understand the risks of psychological effects of masking, of not being in school. So my ultimate goal is to keep kids in school. And I believe that the best way to do that is by reducing transmission to prevent isolation and quarantine. Is our children going to get as sick as immunocompromised or older persons? No. But if the virus is running rampant through a school, we're going to have to resort to isolation and quarantine. And that's going to take kids out of school. And we know what that does to kids. We need kids to be in school. And, as difficult of a decision as this is, I do believe that masks work. If I sneeze blatantly into a room, that's a lot different than sneezing into a mask or into my arm. And, is a mask perfect? No, but it is going to help. And if that helps keep our kids in school, then that's what I think is important. And not only do I believe that, but the Centers for Disease Control believes that. The American Academy of Pediatrics believes that. They have on their website that they strongly recommend masks for age 2 and up. They believe that it's proven, masks are proven to reduce transmission and to keep kids in school. That's coming from the American Academy of Pediatrics. So for me as a doctor to go against that, then I don't think that's something that I'm willing to do. We talk about all the different science and all the different studies and everything, but some of the points that came out tonight that I listened to were about masking of 2-year-olds to 5-year-olds. That is an area where I have a lot of conflict. I understand it's extremely difficult to keep a mask on a 2-year-old. Dr. Sean Jackson, an anesthesiologist, spoke to this. He just said that he doesn't agree with it. And for an anesthesiologist that treats COVID patients to say that hits home too. His wife treats patients in Kansas City in the COVID unit. So for a 2-year-old to 5-year-old, I do think we need to have some discussion about this. Now, the American Academy of Pediatrics does recommend that. But, I think of these mandates more as strong guidelines that we then implement and enforce to the best of our ability. So if a 2-year-old is walking into preschool and they're taking off their backpacks and they're getting settled into the classroom and they can't socially distance, then you leave the masks on during that period. But does that mean we have to make them wear a mask the entire time and we have to force them to put it on when they take it off? No, we have to have some grace in this. And, children need grace and understanding. And so it's not just that across the board, you're putting the mask on, that's it. It's we're going to do the best of our ability that when they're in an extreme situation or unable to socially distance, we try to get them to wear a mask. And so I think we have to all understand that we're doing the best we can in this situation. And mandates don't mean that we're going to come down and write tickets and we're going to do all of these things. It means that we're telling you that it's our best effort for this community to do the best by this community for the best that we can for our children to keep them in school. And that's my opinion on it. And I respect other opinions. but I believe that the science guides us, and you know, we have to listen to you know, people like the American Academy of Pediatrics. I don't think they're trying to steer our children wrong.
Dr. Scrimshire, we can't hear you.
Yet again, saving you from my cat. This is Dr. Scrimshire. I have previously gone through and tried to address misinformation. I'm not going to do that again. I think some of the same people are saying the same thing despite this. So I'm not going to go back over that. I did want to address somebody, Gretchen Reed had a specific question about incidental positives. We call them incidental positives. These are people that come to the hospital for various reasons and incidentally test positive. They didn't come in there for a respiratory reason. Yeah, they are included for a couple of reasons, several reasons. One, they could develop illness after they are admitted, during their admission. Testing positive for COVID, having active virus can cause complications, especially with surgical patients. And it also utilizes resources. So these patients have to be isolated. Our staff has to use special PPE and precautions to deal with them. So it's important to know we have special rooms for these patients. We have to put them either in a negative air unit or a negative air room. So I think for all of those reasons, it's important to know, and it's important to include them in those numbers. I similarly struggle with some of the kids on the younger spectrum. Not because masks have boogers and not because of some of the other reasons, but simply because kids are not always compliant, and a 2-year-old throwing a tantrum is it can be difficult to deal with. So I wanted to echo Dr. Marcelino. This is not about being punitive. This is not about enforcement. We should have grace, absolutely, but we should strive for something. My personal opinion is that we should try to get everyone to and above masked. We talked about Douglas County having about 50% of vaccine eligible kids are vaccinated. That's not high enough. It's not high enough to keep kids in school. The 3 feet separation guidance for classrooms. So in order to get more kids into class, to keep them in the classroom, the state has allowed for the kids to be 3 feet apart, which I don't know how many classrooms operate with 6 feet of separation between kids and can be functional for an entire district. But in order to have that 3 feet of separation, the kids have to be masked. So unless we want to have repeated outbreaks, we know we've already had instances where parents aren't honest about their kids being positive or having a positive contact in the home. So in order to keep our kids in schools, to keep them safe, to keep their families safe, to keep our faculty and staff safer, should say for all of those, safer, our community at large, these age groups are not siloed. These schools are not siloed from the rest of the community. We're all on this huge interconnected spectrum. And I think the more places we can affect change by stopping as much as we can, then we should work towards that. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Portillo. Thank you very much to Dr. Marcelino and Dr. Scrimshire. I will say that I individually, and I'm sure that my colleagues have gotten a lot of emails about this particular issue in advance of our discussion today. And the emails were quite mixed, with a lot of folks who were really positive about this particular mask mandate. I was really struck last week by parents who were talking about potential bullying for their children's choice of wearing a mask in Baldwin schools because their children were bullied by families who chose not to wear a mask. And I saw quite a few emails over this past week of people who were scared to come to our meeting and scared to speak up in a public space because they were concerned about being bullied. There were quite a few folks who were worried about not setting this norm of masking and then asking their children to go against that norm. And that's been incredibly compelling to me as we're having these conversations. I am not surprised that people chose to email us instead of speaking up in public because of the potential backlash to speaking up in a public space. And I think it's incredibly important that we move forward with the best science that we have and try to be as preventative as possible when it comes to how we can try to keep our schools open and our communities safe.
This is Commissioner Reed here. I do want to thank everybody that showed up, that spent their Wednesday evening with us. I am genuinely appreciative of people's participation in the public process. And we've been hearing comments for more than a week now, for several weeks, I would say, before we began our discussion at last week's meeting and continued it today. And as Commissioner Portillo said, it has been across the spectrum. It's been varied feedback, just as we heard this evening. And I too have been told in individual conversations and in some emails that there are people in the community who are nervous about backlash and bullying based on previous interactions in public meetings. And so that's valid. And they still spoke up to us. They still reached out and provided their comment to us. Some of those comments are published in our agenda as well. And some people also expressed that they stayed home and did not come here and commented online instead because that's what felt safest for them. So I respect that just as much as I respect that everybody came out here and spent your evening with us and voiced your concerns. I believe that the information that we discussed last week at pretty great length and that Dr. Marcelino and Dr. Scrimshire have summarized for us again this week is the best information that we have in this current moment in time. I believe that these health orders are responsive to this moment in time rather than reactive to a further escalated crisis. I believe that the information that we have right now about the Delta variant and its differences from original COVID strains and the knowledge that we have about future variants that are coming are all valid reasons for us to do whatever is possible to mitigate the harm of it. This is basic safety planning to me. We are putting in place a measure, if we approve this, that provides a layer of protection. And there is not, as Dr. Marcelino and Dr. Scrimshire both noted, the enforcement of this is not, it does not involve ticketing you. It does not involve arresting you or detaining you or your children for that matter. And I just want to be clear about that because when we speak about imposing on people's liberties, when there are comments comparing this mask mandate and public health order as a measure for mitigating risk of an infectious disease, when we compare that to Nazi Germany, to internment camps of Japanese Americans in our country, those are false equivalencies. And I also want to speak to, you're right, it is my opinion and I am sharing my opinion, and it is an informed opinion based on my own research and based on many, many conversations with people who have varied perspectives, including people that I love dearly, who believe very differently than I do about what mitigation measures are necessary as a community-wide measure. And I think that it is our responsibility to implement whatever protections we can based on the information that we have. And I also believe that I agree that I think that we would be better served by a countywide mask mandate that is not narrowly specified to ages, though that is where our conversation began. So that is where I'm at with this conversation right now.
I do want to remind folks that we allowed public comment and we all listened to it. It is now time for the commissioners to have a discussion based on the public comment that we received and the comments that we received via email and in phone calls and discussions with our constituents throughout the week. We are deeply appreciative of all of the participation in the process, and everyone has had a chance to provide public comment. It is now time for us to have discussion, and let's please allow that discussion to happen up here.
So before I provide comment, I'm going to say a little bit about the structure of our meetings and how we exchange ideas and opinions and thoughts. We have open public comment. It's not required to have open public comment. We wanted to hear what you had to say. We listened to what you had to say. I will provide my opinion and my response only to the point that I'm not interrupted or shouted over. The minute that that happens, I will stop providing public comment and will call for a vote. So if you're interested in hearing that comment, I'll provide it, but I'm not going to be shouted at. I don't think any of the commissioners, any of the staff, any of our guests tonight shouted over comments that were made by the public either, and I'd like us to stay that way. First of all, I'm happy to hear that so many of you have remained healthy through the pandemic. I think we need to pause for a minute and recognize how lucky we are. There are many who are not so lucky. Many of us have loved ones who may be currently suffering from COVID-19, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. I'm very happy for those of you who have stayed healthy through this. The ideas that were talked about tonight are very big ideas. They're very big values. It's things like authority versus freedom. Does an elected authority have the ability to set public health mandates? Or is that an individual's freedom? Those are big ideas. Another big idea is, what does the science say? We all struggle with truth nowadays when it comes to science. It's hard to understand, and it's hard to understand how science can make progress over a period of time. And how do we reconcile that? How do we hear that one thing was true at one point and now it's not true? That's a difficult thing to understand, especially while it feels like it's been a long time in a pandemic, it really hasn't been that long in order to have studies that tell us what we need to do. And the last one, I would say, that is a big idea that we struggle with just as a society and community, is this idea of community and what is our responsibility to care for our community versus my individual responsibility and what's important for me as an individual. Those are big values to talk about. And when we wrap them up in the context of COVID-19, they often come into conflict. One person might say, I think the vaccine is important for everyone for the benefit of my community. And another person might say, the vaccine is my choice as an individual. Those are big choices and big ideas. What is most compelling to me in this discussion, it is not the threat of death to young people. And I recognize that that seems low. For me, I'm an educator, I'm a teacher. I know what it's like to have kids in schools. I know the value of kids in schools, and I know especially for our most vulnerable kids, they need to be in schools. And I'm very concerned that if we do not use all the mitigation powers at our disposal, that our students will be quarantined and isolated. The Kansas State Legislature made it that we can only provide 40 hours of remote learning for the entire year for a student, only 40 hours. So if any kid is isolated or quarantined, they cannot be provided the same education online that we had last year available to us. That would cause tremendous harm, I think, to many of our students. And I understand that masks, for a variety of reasons, are a challenge. I think Dr. Marcelino and some of you, and I agree with some of your opinions on how hard it is and difficult it is for young people to wear masks. I get that and I understand that. But the relative balance for me is them missing 10 days of school due to an outbreak and not being able to provide instruction over those 10 days with a qualified teacher. These are challenging value issues. And when I balance those out, I lean towards providing a mask mandate to make sure that it isn't just about what happens in schools, it's what happens everywhere. COVID-19 is not isolated to our school buildings. It is across our entire community. Our kids are out in our community. And so I'm supportive of it only if it is county-wide for students. And I recognize and I appreciate, somebody asked, did I read all those articles? I read a lot of them. I won't lie and say I read every one of them, but I fact-checked as many as I could. I read every email that came my way. And I want you to know that you've been heard. This is a decision that I just weigh the different perspectives and make a decision based on the set of values that I bring. And some of those big values are what I shared this evening.
If there are no additional comments or discussion, I'd be happy to make a motion, but want to check with my fellow commissioners first. Commissioner Reed here. I move to approve resolution number 2128, an emergency order of local health officer in Douglas County Commission effective 12:01 a.m. on August 19th, 2021, and will remain in force until 11:59 p.m. on September 22nd, 2021, unless otherwise rescinded or modified by the County Commission.
I'll go ahead and second that and bring it to a vote. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We will move on to item number 5 on our agenda, appointments. I don't believe we have any appointments to consider this evening. Sarah, do we?
Commissioners, I don't have any appointments to share. We're still working on a couple.
Okay. We will move on to Johnson County House. We will move on to item number 6, miscellaneous. Sarah, what do you have for us?
Commissioners, you have a memo in your packet from me, just some updates and highlights of some things coming up. Just encourage you to take a look at it when you get some time.
Do we have miscellaneous from other commissioners?
I might share just briefly today. Where are my notes? Sorry. Today we had a meeting of a number of our partners, our city partners, our county partners, our University of Kansas partners about KU Innovation Park, and Lieutenant Governor Toland was there and some of the Department of Commerce folks. I think what I want to share with commissioners was one bit of advice that Lieutenant Governor Tolan shared with us is that in order to access some of the Spark funds, those are the state ARPA funds, there may be a match required from local government. And essentially, he told us that currently right now, those state level Spark funds are sort of stuck, that the committee is, they're not making a whole lot of progress on how to allocate those funds. But I felt after listening to that very pleased with our budget discussions and holding those ARPA funds and not using those ARPA funds. I know we did tell some organizations that we may want to think about using ARPA funds for some of their activities, but if there's a way to access state funds that requires us to leverage our local funds to double it, to match it essentially, I think I'm glad that we have done that. And so I wanted to share that with you because that's the first I've heard of. Maybe you all are more familiar with some of that progress that's going on at the state level, but that was the first I had heard that. And whether it's about what's happening at the KU Innovation Park or other things, that was insightful to me.
This is Commissioner Portillo. I think that's great. I do really appreciate that a lot of our discussions during the budget throughout were about those matching funds, and not just for KU Innovation Park, but for a number of priorities in our community. So I think that we've handled the ARPA funds correctly to this point to make sure that we can be as strategic as possible for how we use those moving forward. I did just also want to mention that I've heard quite a bit of follow-up from our discussion about a 5-member commission. And so I'm hoping that we can have a listening session with community members this fall to continue that conversation and to get more feedback from our community around the potential of a 5-member commission and what it would look like to vote on that on the 2022 ballot.
Thanks, Commissioner Portillo. I've got that written down. I think we can talk about in the future if that's, if that's something the whole commission would be supportive of, and just get that on calendars there. Give ourselves plenty of time to get information out there. I want to make sure the county clerk can be there as well if we have a listening session for that too. So I'll bring that back at a later date.
Nothing else from me. Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned.